The following is brought to you in part by a grant from the Foundation for White Wellbeing.
Well, amen to you. Amen. From the great Santa. Santa is coming. And he has an M60 in one arm and a chainsaw in the other. You're not going to get victory out of an academic into conversation. Show me where an academic has conquered Jack. You want to use the words and the concepts that our victimizers give you. Think about that, you pieces of shit. The real aim of mass migration policies are motivated by economics. Oh, that's what it is. It's the abstraction of the economy again. Do you see the economy getting better? Has it ever gotten better? It never has. How many generations do you have to continue to listen to these arguments from the abstraction cowards? They don't realize the anti-whites come in here with the premise that you get to debate. The premise being, we need ever-exploding population of people. No, our countries don't need it. And it's been known, the anti-white oligarchs have known since the 1950s, maybe even earlier, that robots were going to do it all. So no, why do you keep taking their oh, we're going to need a real pro-nate, we're going to have to, who's going to be the people getting the money? It's just generic, right? It's going to be the non-white people who will be happily birthing the next generation at the expense of the white taxpayer. You have a much more serious conundrum. All of you out there who fancy yourself as thinkers, you're not going to get white people to reproduce by telling them that, hey, you can get a couple extra more dollars. Stop fucking worshiping money. White people will breed big families when we have pride again. When the moral tapestry of our countries is white positive again. And then it won't matter how little money we have. We will produce a gigantic birth boom that you've ever seen. It ain't about the dollars. Stop debating that stupid shit. I know they're censoring me everywhere because I am far smarter, far more intelligent, and they don't want anybody hearing the truth. Pro-natalist. Just give them a tax break. No, white people are not going to produce babies for more money. And the reason why is we hate ourselves. We hate being white. We hate Western civilization because that's the morality of the day. And we are, more than any other group of people on the planet, self-policers. If you teach us that the moral thing to do today is to be anti-white, we will self-police anti-whiteism. If you defeat anti-whiteism with the new white positive morality, social morality that we teach in Go Free, you will see white women wanting to have 10 children. White men proud like you've never seen to show their giant brood off. It is pride in one's people. It is love of one's kind that creates more of that kind. Not a fucking check from the government. They're giving all your jobs away, but who gives a shit compared to giving the destiny and existence of Western kind away? I don't give a shit. What I care about is the well-being of our people. The anti-whites, they want you to call it a great replacement. So why is it when no white guilt, who has fought his whole life for our people and has demonstrated so much intelligence and success, and this entire community of brilliant, artistic, accomplished people, why is it when they show up and they're like, hey, don't call it that, call it white erasure, that you all out there say, oh, no, I want to call it what the anti-whites want us to call it. You deserve to have all of the outcomes of anti-whiteism inflicted on you and your families first. Academic types have been getting in the way of Go Free for a long time. I don't like that. He knows how to come to conclusions that make the financial backers of the institution happy. That's what all academics know how to do. You're going to see poignantly exactly what I mean. What you call something now really determines later the value of the loss. What you call something today, is this an economic problem that just needs to be remedied? What is it? Because what you call it determines the value you put on it when it's lost. I want you to look back at across our countries, in the history of our countries. I want you to look back and see how we have placed almost no value, a shrug's worth of value on things that were lost, that were paid for with white people that were far better than you were. Paid for with their blood and sweat and tears and death and love and life and hardship and sacrifice. And now lost, you do this. Why? Because it wasn't all of that love and fight and blood and sweat and life that you called the loss, that was lost. No, you lost just the name of a highway. You lost the name on a building. You lost a promotion at work. And all those things are shrugs. If you allow these people to take the value out of the things that are really being eviscerated, you are at fault. That means our fight, in a big way, is with conservatives. They're content creators. If we allow them to call the white erasure, to make the argument of the biological white erasure, but before we even get there, the white erasure of our norms, our customs, our history, our achievements, our accomplishments, our hardships, our misery, our challenges, the wars we fought as white men. If you allow them to call that an economic replacement, if you allow them to devalue all of that, then shame on you. So here you have the concern over what's taking place in the conservative and the abstractionist mindset, abstraction coward mindset, to be one of economics. So as we get everything white erased, all of our norms, customs, etc., as the white race itself is being biologically white erased, and then these academics, the conservative academics, lose again, then it'll be just a collective shrug. It was just a difference of opinion on economy. Not for me. Up bright and early for White Wellbeing Church. We are the church of Western kind. The church of Western kind. That's what we are. We are the church of Western kind. Who is the modern system? Who are the victims of the modern system? And therefore, if we can see who the victims are, we know who the victimizer is, because they are anti who the victims are. At that level, in those circles, are not going to say, well, what we want to do is obliterate all of the white race. Who is the victim? Where else on planet Earth do you see a people's entire norms under assault? Their entire cultural, genetic identity under assault. There's only one place. It's the West. There's only one group. It's Western kind. This country was built, created, fought for, died for, loved for, maimed for by white men. This is repulsive. This administration is repulsive. But you try telling a white conservative woman what I just said, that the government should be overwhelmingly run by heterosexual white males, and you watch her lose it. Don't we look like the Star Wars resistance? That's the problem. I don't want to look like the Star Wars resistance. I want to look like the Empire. That's what built America. That's what built the United Kingdom. That's what built Germany. That's what sailed the open seas in Spanish and Italian ships and English ships. That's what did it. Not a multiracial witch's cauldron morass of the most ideologically varied, homosexual, genderless, female administration in history. They didn't build this. That means they can't recreate it. You're going to get a very different country.
Try to erase us, rewrite the past, but the sake of our heritage is built to last. I'll shout it from the rooftops, let the truth be known. With every step I take, I'm never alone. They can't take my spirit, they can't take my pride. With my brothers beside me, I'll never hide. Together we'll rise, we'll break through the night. With courage in our hearts, we'll win this fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. standing proud. In the face of the hate, I'll shout it loud. No more guilt, no more chains to bind. With pride in my heritage, I'll never unwind. We'll carry the torch, we'll light up the night. In this battle for truth, we'll stand and fight. With strength in our hearts and pride in our soul, we'll rise together, we'll take control. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. No white guilt, I'm proud of my name. In this world of darkness, I'll never feel shame.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
It's Church of the West, ladies and gentlemen, and that means that it is Sunday, and you have come to the right place where all things are in service to the well-being of Western kind. It's great to see you all. Featured stories today: War for the West. LA falls to anti-whites, calling on anti-white, non-white gangs to fight America. And the Go Free lesson of the day: building immunity to anti-whiteism. Your comments and questions, and then there's this. An older woman and a younger man were having lunch. I'm sorry, let me restart that. It's an older woman and a younger woman were having lunch. The older woman was endlessly complaining about her husband. The younger woman suggests that the older woman try what she does to keep her man happy. What's that? Asked the older woman. About once a week, I greet my husband when he comes home in my love dress. What's a love dress? The older woman asks. I'm naked, the younger woman responds. The older woman thinks that's ridiculous. She's lived her entire 30-year marriage with a focus on keeping her husband down, begging, and dominated. Men shouldn't be gifted a love dress when they return from work. Still, maybe trying that little stunt might improve his obedience. The following day, her husband returns from work to find her standing stark naked in the living room. What are you doing? He exclaims. I'm in my love dress, responds the older woman. Her husband squints his eyes. Looks like it needs to be ironed. Hey, we're going free, ladies and gentlemen. There are some technical problems here today, but we're making it work no matter what. It is 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow, and we are on Mordor on the Potomac. It's great to see everybody stumbling, saying hails, Jason. Let me know that you can hear me okay. Who knows if that's even working properly? But it's great to see everybody. Why don't we go ahead and jump right into our items that we have here today? Have you seen this? Janitor of White Noir posted this. And I see it says here, go free for white well-being for Grokipedia. So apparently the Grokipedia is now sharing some things about you and me and this community. And isn't that fun to discover? So I clicked on that and I found this. Grokipedia. And I'm told now by the great foreknow that this is like a permanent page. I didn't even know there was such a thing as a Grokipedia. And it is not just a conversation that one could have. The Go Free method is a psychological self-help technique. Let me see if I can self-help myself here a little bit. And developed in the late 90s within white identitarian communities to assist individuals of European descent in overcoming what proponents, let's see if I can try this instead, describe as imposed anti-white guilt and associated narratives, thereby promoting personal liberation and collective ethnic well-being, primarily advanced by the Foundation for White Wellbeing. The method encourages rejecting external psychological pressures perceived as detrimental to Western kind, framing such guilt as a form of ideological manipulation or warfare. This sounds actually kind of revolutionary. I'm interested. I'm in. Let's find out what it's all about. Originating from distributed pamphlets, it has evolved into a multimedia resource including books, videos, and online materials hosted on platforms like knowiguilt.org, which is back up and running, ladies and gentlemen, with Jason Kuna as a central advocate who positions it as a tool for mental emancipation from mainstream cultural critiques. The approach emphasizes self-directed exercises to reframe identity and resilience, distinguishing it from broader therapy by its explicit focus on ethno-specific empowerment rather than universal mental health strategies. Oh my God, this is totally epic. Ladies and gentlemen, this is totally revolutionary. I couldn't be more excited and happy. So it doesn't even all of the technical difficulties, the printer not working. I was like a madman. I have no notes. We'll be looking off on some other monitors for notes to help guide us today. There is nothing. And so many other things malfunctioning as well. But we can make it work. We can make it work. This is Church of the West, ladies and gentlemen. Nothing can stop us. But take a look at this. Grokipedia, the Go Free method. Look it up. Share it everywhere. I think maybe on Wednesday, this coming Wednesday, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, when we get together for the Roll in Going Free, Church of the West. We'll be talking about this. We'll read some more of it. I haven't read all the way through, but I have read little bits here and there. And I'm going to tell you what, it sounds as revolutionary as it is. It sounds as original as it is. For Noel is with us. He says, you got this. God bless you, brother. It is as revolutionary. It is original. It is successful. This is what you share with people. You could share this. The officialdom of Grokipedia, ladies and gentlemen. The AC malfunctioning, and we had to rig up a scenario to bring some of the ice cold air into the steaming hot heat produced by all of the machines in here. We're making it happen nonetheless. We're making it happen. Origins and development. Look at this. You have origins and initial conception, key publications and evolution, core principles, rejection of anti-white narratives, promotion of white well-being. This is the kind of thing I mentioned before that we needed and what I expected the academics from the white sympathetic sphere when we began demonstrating all the success. The academics would look on and they would say, look at all the success they're having. I think I will write some books about all the work that they're doing. I think I will write some essays and I will publish some essays about, and boy, was I wrong. I'm not always wrong. I'm rarely wrong, but man, I totally underestimated the selfishness and the true motivations of so many people in the white sympathetic sphere. The academics didn't lift a finger that wouldn't promote their emaciated pricks and bodies. Techniques and application, conversational strategies, personal psychological tools, promotion and advocacy, foundation for white well-being, media and outreach efforts, reception and impact, supporter testimonials, criticisms and external views. Oh my God. This could not be more exciting, ladies and gentlemen. Ruckus emojis for the success we're having in service to white well-being. Articulated, it finally takes a non-sentient AI to step up and articulate in an academic fashion exactly what we are doing here, to peer down into, to do what so many content creators out there, news aggregators and entertainers, taboo grifters and the like, personalities who claim to be journalists, they have no interest whatsoever in the work that we're doing and all the colossal successes and how original this is, how absolutely novel and successful this is for our day. Zero interest. Grok is coming through for us. There's nothing like this on planet Earth, ladies and gentlemen. Big salutes to the work we are doing here. We can't be stopped. Let's have a look. I want to do a little comparison because I was sent a post by the Bubble Boy, and the Bubble Boy wanted to complain to people. And I want you to, we're going to look through this really quickly. He wanted to have a little complaint. And I just want a juxtaposition. What we just read here about Go Free, the Go Free method, initial conception in the late 1990s as a pamphlet, a straightforward guide to for rejecting self-destructive guilt imposed by prevailing cultural narratives. This initial formulation positioned the approach as a personal defense mechanism against what its advocates described as psychological warfare, targeting individuals of European descent, encouraging a mindset shift away from the internalized shame. At its inception, the method conceptualized roots lay in countering perceived anti-whiteism through self-empowerment developed without the backing of any formal organization or institutional framework. My God, this is so out of this world, supernova awesome. Let's take a look at what is the prevailing strategy. You have two of them. You have the anti-non-white strategy and the cuck strategy, right? And the cucks have been failing in a big, big way. They have been the defense against anti-whiteism. They've been the defense against our victimization for the totality of our lives in many generations. There are people alive today, older people who were in their prime when the John Birchers, for example, were in their prime, and it was all conservative nonsense. And it has failed. Could you imagine being in an organization in the 1950s in its prime, and you have the most well-known personalities and respected personalities involved, politicians involved, entertainers involved, people on the silver screen involved, and all you do is fail? All you do is fail? That 1950s America, that 1950s Sweden, that 1950s Canada was in place and defended by the cucks all the way up to the present, where it's almost all destroyed. It's almost all white erased. It's almost all demolished. And what has been the alternative to the cuckery? Well, it's been the schmuckery. That's what the alternative has been. And they have said, oh, you got to be a schmuck. You've got to be anti-non-white. And what is the principal anti-non-white endeavor? Well, it is, of course, anti-Jews. And the character that has come to the fore, legitimized by people like Jared Taylor, entertaining him and getting photographed and saying positive things about him, is, of course, Bubble Boy Fuentes, the leader of the Basement Twinks. And we have watched as this endeavor has become increasingly multiracial. It's 50% non-white at this point. But what do you have now? You have all of these new taboo grifters, because this is what the attention economy on the internet does. It creates individuals who are sole taboo grifters. They just want to promote themselves. They just want the wealth, the popularity, the aggrandizement. And now they are nipping at the heels of a Bubble Boy. It was inevitable. And Bubble Boy and so many others, Keith and the rest like them, they're now complaining endlessly that there are all of these new crops, and they keep popping up, of Bubble Boys and taboo grifters who are showing up. And now they're trying to say, people like Bubble Boy Fuentes, now they're trying to say, it's not fair. It's not fair that our taboo grift is being edged in on here, being honed in on here by all of these other schmucks out there, all of these other anti-non-whites out there, and they're taking more and more share of the audience and the revenue and the aggrandizement and the sex partners. Get a load of this. Bubble Boy says, the most blackpilling trend over the past 6 months is how the counter-Jewish movement, I got to stop right there. Because this is the name that either he has given or has probably adopted from someone else. He doesn't create anything. So probably adopted from someone else. The counter-Jewish movement. What have we been telling you all along in this community? It's just about being anti-Jew. It's not about being white positive. It's not about caring about white people. If you were caring about white people, you would care about the individual white people who adopt and repeat what you have to say, who frame the world as Jews are the all-powerful, omniscient, omnipresent, omnipotent entities on planet Earth, and then go out into the world as though that in and of itself is going to empower any white person, is going to engender the creation of a white identity and a white peoplehood. It's the exact opposite. It stimulates and further feeds engendering where it is already in absolute control, a selfish individualism of the white race that is the biggest of all problems for the reclamation of our destiny. So we have been telling you all along, I've been saying forever, for decades, that this is just now about hating Jews. It's certainly over the past 10 years online. This is just about hating Jews. It has nothing to do with white people. What they do, though, in the hating Jews movement is they turn around and they say, well, we need a noble reason to hate these people for the way they were born. We need a noble reason. So we're doing it for the white race, except this claim that they're doing it for the white race is getting very thin. It's been getting thinner and thinner by the day at light speed, hasn't it, ladies and gentlemen? Because the anti-Jewish movement, what they refer to as the counter-Jewish movement, what a clunky ass name. The counter-Jewish movement. Nobody's ever going to get behind white well-being, Jason. It just sounds weird. But we're all going to get behind the counter-Jewish movement. I mean, shut. Westman, that's so cringe. Jason, that's cringe. Nobody will ever say Western kind or anti-whiteism. Nobody will ever say Westman. It's too cringe. But they'll say counter-Jewish movement. So he said, I am absolutely ecstatic. I am, even with all of the tech stuff and the AC and everything failing and the printer failing and everything else, even with all of that going on, I couldn't be happier that the Muppets are unhappy and that we have Grokipedia breaking down, doing what all you pencil dick bitch academics in the white sympathetic sphere, all of you losers, you had the opportunity. You had decades of knowing me in that sphere, and now a decade online, you haven't said shit. You losers, too late now. You're not welcome. The AI will do it. So they'll stick with the counter-Jewish movement. So it says here, the most blackpilling trend, and you can actually see the tears here. The most blackpilling trend over the past 6 months is how the counter-Jewish movement has been totally captured by the dumbest people in the room. Oh my God. Really? Really? I mean, it's kind of like what I've been arguing. You all remember during the big divorce, right? Where we couldn't be allowed around the counter Jews anymore because, and I was telling you, the dumbest people are leading the defense against the white race. The dumbest, the most backward, the most inane, the ones with their heads the furthest up their asses. And then the leadership in the white sympathetic sphere just capitulates. What do you want? What do you want? How can I get your eyeballs? You want the dumbest things possible? Well, then that's what I'll give you. Are you going to give me a 5-pound donation? So here you have Bubble Boy complaining. It's been, the counter-Jewish movement has been totally captured. It was always captured by the dumbest people. It was always captured by the people who are the most insecure. It was always captured by the people who need that crutch more than anything else in their life. And when you start talking about the well-being of white people, they attack the ever-living shit out of you. They lie about you. They tell people you're a Fed, you're a narc, you're a cop, you're a Jew, you are a pimp, you are on whatever it is, these gays, I got to tell you, these half-wits. But Bubble Boy goes on. Somewhere along the way, it stopped mattering whether you are willing. So here's where he's going to say, now there are those who are anti-Jew who are illegitimate, and then those who are anti-Jew, like Bubble Boy, who are legitimate. Cry, baby, cry. It stopped mattering whether you are willing to openly acknowledge and critique Jewish power, which is sort of the entire point of all this. It used to be the case that you were on the team for being willing to criticize Jews in Israel. Now you have to have the same answer for every question. Bitch, it's always been that. So what you have here, what's the same answer for every question? It's the Jews. Prices are going up at the grocery store. Jews. Shaving cream ran out of my case. Jews. So what he's doing, of course, this is taboo grifting. He needs to be able to shift from poking taboos. He needs to be able to go from one to the next, to the next, to the next. Recently, of course, he was on to let's just poke. And I'm talking about all taboo grifting online. Just poke the taboos. He needs to be able to flip from one taboo to the next to keep his popularity, to keep his audience growing, to keep the aggrandizement going. This is what all taboo grifters have to do. His problem, of course, is that the massive audience of anti-Jews out there, the schmucks, and we give them the name schmuck because they deserve it with their focus on Jews. They call themselves goyim. Well, then we'll call them schmucks. So he's complaining that he wants to move on to poking other taboos for Tuesday or for Wednesday or for Thursday. And he'll come back to poking that taboo in a moment. But the anti-Jews are not going to let him. No. They're going to say, why aren't you saying it's the Jews? Now you have to have the same answer for every question. You can't say anything about Venezuela, Greenland, ICE, Charlie Kirk, the weather, or Ukraine outside of weather tangential connection there might be to Israel. Otherwise, you are involved in a conspiracy. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is where the taboo grifter, this is the king of the basement twinks, ladies and gentlemen, the queen of the basement twinks, where the currency is herpes. And here you have him now complaining. We have something revolutionary. Grok itself, the AI is telling you where all of these pencil dick academics should have done what Grok did. They should have done it years ago, and they didn't do it. Grok is finally doing it. Something revolutionary articulated here on Grokipedia. Big salutes. And the guy who gets all the money, the guy who can spend tens of thousands of dollars. How often? Where's Franklin? How often does he spend tens of thousands on security alone? Tens of thousands. I can barely cover, with the financial gifts that come in here, barely cover all the bills on all the URLs we have to own, the different types of software, the different platforms and everything. I'm doing my taxes right now a little bit every single day. So I'm looking hardcore at all the things. He spends tens of thousands on the protecting his little dweeby ass every month? What is it, Franklin? How often is he spending? He revealed the numbers. That's how much money this clown is bringing in. Legitimized, of course, by Jared Taylor. Yeah, call that. Legitimized by Jared Taylor as a fighter for the white race. This little basement twink is no more a fighter for the white race than anybody out there with the last name Finkelstein. Give me a break. He says, it used to be enough to say that organized Jewry is a fifth column. So he's saying, they got to stop attacking me. It used to be enough to say that organized Jewry is a fifth column that promotes Zionism and open borders. Now you have to believe that Jews control the weather and are using chemtrails to make plastic snow and fake ice. How many times have they shown up? How many times have they attacked me and attacked you? And they said, no, you all don't know. Your revolutionary endeavor that the world has never seen before. Your revolutionary endeavor that works, that the world has never seen before. That's not the proper leadership of Western kind. That's not the proper leadership of the white race. That is not the path, the true, and the hope for ending our victimization and recapturing our destiny. No, Bubble Boy is. Well, Bubble Boy seems to be upset lately. He finishes with this. I want nothing to do with these people. Whoa. They are going to taint. I bet he knows a lot about taints. I just have to jump in there. I bet he knows a lot about taints. I get a feeling. He says they're going to taint every legitimate critique of Jewish power and drive away in. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God, what he writes next. Oh my God, what he writes next. I mean, can you hear? This guy is light years behind me. He is light years behind me in his understanding. Light years. He says they're going to taint legitimate critique of Jewish power. Not the proper path anyhow. But he says, what will tainting that do? What will these people coming in, these violent, anti-Jewish spurg psychos who are insecure as all hell, and they just need that crutch to blame everything on. What will they do? They will drive away intelligent human capital that can actually change the world. Oh, what have I told you about the anti-Jews? How many organizations did I watch them destroy? Organizations started with the focus of let's preserve these historical places in the Southland so that they don't get, our words, white erased. Let's preserve them. The anti-Jews come in and they demand more and more. I've told you all this. I've told you all this for decades. They come in more and more and demanding more and more conversation about their insecurity, more and more focus on the insecurity. And if you're not focusing on their insecurity, then you are part of some conspiracy. As he says here, you quote, you are involved in a conspiracy, working for the Jews. You're a crypto Jew. And then what happens? What have I always told you? For decades, they drive away all the good white people. They drive them away. You see, little bubble boy here has gotten to the point finally where he understands that the anti-Jew psycho spurgs drive away good people. What he doesn't realize yet is that you can't be anti-Jew and have any good people. Your focus cannot be on hating a group of people for the way they were born, for their existence. Your telos can't be that they will be deprived of all of their power and all of the things that they have earned, whether rightfully or not, and go to the white race and have any good people want to participate with you. He hasn't gotten there yet. Maybe in another 30 years. The little twink will get there. What an epic way to start our gathering, ladies and gentlemen. We got to get into the quick news and laughs, as though this hasn't already been uproarious so far. Let's see what we have to say.
Damn. This old man is sitting out in front of his house one morning, and his little boy is walking by. He's got some duct tape in his hand. He goes, "Where you going, son, with that duct tape?" He goes, "I'm going up here to get me some ducks." He goes, "Oh, son, that's not how it works." Little boy walks off. He comes back a little while later. He's got about half a dozen ducks with him. Next day, he comes walking by. He's got some wire in his hand. He's like, "What do you got today, son?" He goes, "I got me some chicken wire. I'm going to go up here and get me some chickens." He goes, "Oh, son, I'm telling you, that's not how it works." Walks off, comes back. He got about half a dozen chickens. Third day, the old man's sitting out there. Little boy's coming by again. Looks like he got some sticks in his hands. Old man says, "What do you got today? It looks like you got some twigs." Little boy says, "These are pussy willows." Old man says, "Let me get my shoes on. I'm going with you." Damn.
So true. Oh my God, writes Lips of TikTok. LinkedIn just deleted SFC Network's post praising Trump for getting pedophiles off the street because it's, quote, hate speech. How is wanting pedophiles off the street hateful? Why are you censoring conservatives, LinkedIn? Delete your LinkedIn account. But as we know here on YouTube, the anti-whites are very sympathetic to pedophiles. So we have to say that there are some very good pedophiles out there. Girls at the gym. Quote, I don't want to be approached at the gym, and it's super creepy when guys check me out. I'm there to focus on working out, not for male attention. Also, girls at the gym. Oh, true. Peace. No way Donald Trump posted this. The story of Alex Preddy, read by Elizabeth Warren.
For people was at the core of who he was. He was incapable of causing harm. Alex carried patience, compassion, and calm as a steady light within him. Even at the very end, that light was there. I recognized his familiar stillness and signature calm composure. Caring for people was at the core of who he was.
Yep, there he is, spitting on the cops, kicking the taillights off the cars, care and compassion and passivity and innocence, gentleness. That was Alex Preddy. I don't know if I played this before, but if I did, it's a good one.
I don't like racism. Thank you. I don't get it. Why would you hate? Why would you choose to hate? Why would you choose to hate an entire group of people just because of the way they all behave?
Yes. Yes. All right, what do we got next? Federal agents surrounded the home of Georgia Fort, a journalist who stormed the church with anti-ICE activists in Minneapolis. Watch her try to play the victim. There's the agents outside.
Okay, well, this is really scary.
She says, this is really scary.
You guys have not been really friendly in the community.
You have not been friendly in the community. Her home is surrounded by agents in her cul-de-sac. She's yelling out the window here. Why do you need all those police cars? Go to jail, bitch. Oh, this is hilarious. This guy is, he makes videos of himself applying for jobs, and he gets these interviews online.
Here. Okay, so what, hi?
What's up?
Are you, can you please not eat during our interview?
I'm not eating.
Okay. Because, I mean, this is a serious interview, so if you're not prepared to be serious during the interview, then we can't conduct this interview.
Oh, I'm good. I'm not eating.
He's not eating.
Okay, are you prepared to continue the interview?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So what is your highest? All right. I don't recommend you drive while we do this.
Oh no, I'm not. I'm parked up now.
Thanks for tuning in. My name is Diane Coffee, and I'm Tacoma today.
May I have a fish sandwich, please? No.
Do you have any questions for me?
Yes. Do you have any ketchup? I mean, like, how soon were you?
No, I'm not the drive-through, so I don't provide ketchup.
Yeah, I know. You're kind of making me hungry. I kind of want to go to a drive-through now. But
You are at a drive-through. I can see you.
This position pays at $16.50 an hour. Would that be something you'd be comfortable with?
yes. $16.50 an hour, you said?
Yes.
Oh. Yes. This is for the $16.50 an hour?
Yes.
Yes.
I hope you have a great day. Talk soon.
Great day. You just made my decade.
All right, you have a great day.
You too, Joel. Take
Look
care.
at this guy interviewing him.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Joel. $16.50. $16.50.
Oh my God. All right. The boy needed intense inpatient psychiatric care, says this tweeter of this story in the Mirror. A little boy who identifies as a girl at the age of 3, apparently the parents is dressing him in skirts and the like, has tried to cut off his penis at the age of 3. That sounds perfectly normal to me. When you just wanted a little cake for your birthday during this snow ice storm that we just had. I don't know if this guy is like an Uber or what he is, but he's walking up here on these icy steps with the cake. This black guy, look at him. Oh, he's like, screw that. I'm not stepping on this ice and breaking my neck. I'll just leave the cake right here, and I'll get a picture of it. And oh, there's a dog coming. Oh shit! Look at this cake. Oh my God, that's hilarious. This commenter wrote right here, I just saw it. It passed here in Toronto. It's headed east on the 401. Man, that cake is getting fast. If you see it, make sure to report it. Take a look at this anti-white psycho. These healthcare workers, it's unbelievable how anti-white the healthcare workers are, that they'll go online and say the things that they're saying. This is an OBGYN physician assistant in Michigan.
Just your daily reminder to tell you, if you support what's happening with ICE, you are a piece of shit. Just your daily reminder to tell you, if you support what's happening with ICE, you are a piece of shit.
Look at these eyes of this psycho anti-white white female. If you support ICE, then you're a piece of shit, she says. Well, I think we'll see in a minute the kind of things that ICE are out there arresting and taking into custody and shipping out. But this is the piece of shit that needs to be thrown out of the country. This is an anti-white woman complaining, and I believe this is real.
This liberal woman thinks she's getting ripped off at the pumps.
I used to be able to get at least $80 to $90 of gas in my truck when Biden was in office. Now that Trump's in office, I can only get $57.54 in my tank.
This is real. They are that dumb. This anti-white white female is that dumb, complaining that she used to be able to get $80 or $90 into the tank. Not anymore. Trump's ruined it. Colorado mother. So remember the woman who works as the OBGYN assistant? And she says, if you support ICE getting rid of these border crossers, you're a piece of shit. Well, Colorado mother speaks out after her 22-year-old daughter, Carissa Aspens, became severely disabled after an illegal alien who came into our country during the Biden administration crashed into her and fled the scene. Quote, no parent should go through what I have. We shouldn't have to wait until tragedy strikes to remove someone that is willing to break our laws and put American families at risk. Carissa is wheelchair bound for the rest of her life. She is nonverbal. She is minimally conscious. She doesn't smile. She doesn't laugh, and she cannot say, I love you. So I am very serious. Anti-whites, when we have power, they're all talking about now about how they are going to charge us with sedition when Trump's out of office, traitors to the country. The reality is these people got to go. Every one of these anti-whites. That's what that woman is fighting. That's what she will harm you when you're getting medical care for. She will harm you to keep people like this in the country that can do this to Carissa Aspens and her entire family. Absolute monsters. Women will really be like, I don't know why my husband isn't romantic anymore. I've tried getting fat, being as annoying as possible, and not putting out. What's this guy's problem? Oh my God, there's too much truth to that. It hurts. Me telling my problems to my dog. My dog. I think more than a few of us have this situation with our pets. They're like, our pets are like our therapy pets, and then our therapy pets end up needing therapy pets of their own. Oh, you got to love this family. You know your family is dysfunctional. when your mom decides to play dead to surprise her daughter on her birthday.
Mom, surprise!
Oh my God. Oh, that is funny as hell. That's got to be a great family. She's like, Mom. Oh, God. All right. Oh, well, take a look at this. South Carolina woman fatally shot and set on fire after she was ambushed by Trio during a meeting to buy a puppy. How did this end up happening? Anti-whiteism. Not only are these three anti-white garbage that they themselves need to be removed from the country, but this woman, when she was contacted or when she was in contact with one of these people, and they told her, hey, I want you to meet me at this remote location. This woman was so white guilted, she said, I can't question what a black person wants to do. That would be racist of me. So to meet in a remote location to talk about buying a puppy, anti-whiteism killed this white woman right here. Blue collar interview. All of those blue collar guys out there, you know what this is all about.
All right, let's get this over with. You want to work blue collar? First question. You comfortable working 60 hours a week?
60? I didn't realize this was a part-time job.
Okay. Next question. The safety man catches you not using proper lifting technique for heavy stuff. What do you respond with?
Tell him his mom used proper lifting technique for heavy stuff last night.
That's word for word what I've written down. Okay. All right. Fill in the blank. Once you become a heavy equipment operator, you become
better than everyone else on the job site.
This goes on for a bit, but it's so true. The best part about working blue collar is the comedy. Actress Molly Ringwald warns Trump supporters that they'll be found guilty of treason once he leaves office. This is everywhere. You're hearing this from anti-whites everywhere. People in the streets, people in the seats, positions of power, actors, actresses, they're all saying, once we come to power again, you're going to be found guilty of treason. And that's going to be life in jail. That's going to be execution. We got to finish anti-whiteism and anti-whites. We have to finish them, or they're going to finish us. Now, we're not going to watch this because it's a little too long, but for all the guys out there, we can come back to it maybe on another day for those who don't quite get it. This actor here, of course, what was it? Terminator he was in? And several movies, of course. When he was 13 years old, this woman who was 26 was brought in to mentor him, educate him, tutor him. And she then sexually abused him. She's a pedophile. And they play a clip from him when he's like 18. He's being interviewed. He's an adult at that point, I think. And but he stays with her for a number of more years before he finally gets rid of this skank pedophile. But when you watch the interview of him and you see how he regards her as a god, then you learn how it is as damaging to boys as it is to girls. This is not, there's nothing good. There's nothing funny. There's nothing cute. There's not, all guys would want. No. It is sexual abuse. It is mentally traumatizing, and they live with it for their lives. So you might look, these loser guys who can't get laid, they look at some of these female pedophiles that are showing up in abundance everywhere these days, and they're like, well, God, that would have been great. It would have been great. You go ahead and watch the interview of this kid where he's like, she's just the most amazing. He's completely brainwashed. He's totally brainwashed. He literally, he talks about her as living perfection, as he believes in God because she exists. That is a servant. That is a sex slave. That's not the way a human being is supposed to develop and think. That is the trauma endured by people who were subjected to this sexual torture and predation when they were children. Nothing funny about it at all. Do you ever get up in the morning, look at yourself in the mirror and think, that can't be accurate? I've been having mornings like that since high school, I think. Oh, this is hilarious.
Okay, Candace, let's do a take and just be mindful of the pronunciations. Let's not do anything weird.
I have so many explosive revelations to share with you.
Oh, wait. No, it's revelations. You know what? We can move on.
You got, if you can't compartmentalize.
No, sweetheart, it's compartmentalize. Just take that one more time.
You have to be able to compartmentalize that.
Compartmentalize.
And we have to compartmentalize. Compartmentalize how you feel about somebody personally.
Are you doing this on purpose? Is this a bit? Are you trying to get clicks or something?
Can't compartmentalize, but really, it was about the architecture.
Oh, this is the big one. It's architecture.
You just like the architecture.
Architecture, not architecture.
Love the architecture.
Architecture.
Yeah, no, like he loved the architecture of things.
You really don't know how these words are pronounced? You speak for a living.
Prince Harry abdicates England, causes this whole race kerfluffle.
Oh, no, it's kerfuffle.
We knew a kerfluffle happened.
Kerfuffle.
Because this dress kerfluffle.
Pronounced kerfuffle. Kerfuffle.
Designed quite literally with the intention to mock me and Tucker Carlson. It's always got to be Tucker Carlson, Cameron Owens.
It's Candace Owens. It's Candace. Let's cut here. I'm going to go take my life. Okay, Candace, let's do a take and just be mindful of the pronunciations. Let's not do anything weird.
I have so many.
There's a certain group of people out there that love to use words they don't know how to pronounce and they don't know what the meaning is, because they think that's all. You just need the signals and that it's not the intelligence behind it. I wonder who that group is. Yoga pants should now be illegal. Take a look at this. Unbelievable.
You do not have a pancake butt, but you are wearing these wrong.
Okay, look at this. Look at this woman's actual ass. Guys, I want you to take a good look, because this is what her actual ass looks like. But these are not meant to show the actual ass. They're meant to work like a push-up bra. This is a thing now, guys.
How am I wearing them wrong? They're leggings. No, that band goes underneath your booty. That is why it's a booty band. Like, and what do I do? Lift it up? Lift your booty up. Like a bra? Like a bra. It's a butt, not a boob. No, this is a butt bra. Look at that.
Look. That's what it's faked up to be. And then when she takes that thing off in front of you, her ass is going to fall down to her knees. My God. Oh, you're going to like this.
Don, the indictment says you acknowledged children were afraid that parents couldn't get to their children. People thought this was a church shooting.
Don Lemon. Let's hope he goes to jail forever. He better go to jail forever.
Do you think you should have left? Good question, yes. Don, the indictment says that you protected the address. You protected the element of surprise. You kissed the organizer on camera. Do you consider yourself a participant or a journalist? We're on your side. Participating by saying don't you got your location?
Put him in jail forever. Oh, this is good. This woman on the left here made a post about how when she left church or she left mass, she was approached by a guy and her sister was with her, and the guy tried to get her name and phone number. And this woman said how disgusted she was because he was probably her peer in looks. And she was so disgusted by it and humiliated by it and everything. So a guy went ahead and created the male equivalent of her, took her face, made the chin a little bigger, the nose slightly bigger as a guy, gave her a buzz cut. And she was so disgusted with this that she blocked him. Trad white male writes, these trad Catholic women sure sound like normal feminist pump and dump sluts to me. Yep. Don't want to peer pair. And then here, of course, you have the chart. When it's men, when it's guys, they will pair up with anybody, but they will shoot for their equal in looks, one lower than looks, one better in looks. But the females, all the top 20% or so of prettiest face guys. Oh, this is hilarious.
I asked to go for chapstick, and she just pulls me in to kiss me.
I would simply just pass away, bro.
Oh my God. This is said to be a female with a penis who keeps trying to get this little boy to kiss her on the mouth over and over. How nice. I attack when my human tells me to, the Doberman. I attack someone who threatens my human, the shepherd. I attack my human, says the Shih Tzu. If you've ever been around Shih Tzus, that's right. Good video here.
Can I help you?
Hi, I actually, do you live here?
Yeah, I do. And why are you recording?
So I saw your flag and I really appreciate it because I'm actually with the Fighting Fascism and Right-Wing Tyranny Symposium, or the FARTS, and we're under a lot of pressure right now because we're trying to defend against MAGA. So we're circulating a short questionnaire. I was wondering if you'd be willing to answer a couple questions.
Yeah, I can do that for you.
Okay, great. I'm Finn, by the way.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I saw your flag, so I figured you'd be a good person to ask. Would you support labeling conservatives domestic terrorists?
Yeah.
Okay, great. And I mean, we might as well call them maggots, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Do you do that sometimes?
I do.
Okay. Wow. And do you let your kids interact with maggots at school or anywhere?
No, absolutely not.
Okay. And would you support kind of just rounding up these maggots and putting them in jail or re-education camps so they can understand why their beliefs are harmful?
Yeah, I would.
Okay, great. And the last question, do you
comes.
understand that you sound just like a Nazi?
No, I don't.
Yeah, you literally sound exactly like a Nazi. You want to round up the maggots and put them in jail and re-education camps, and you won't let your kids interact with them?
Okay, and what's your point?
So, okay, you think you're against fascism, but you're actually endorsing fascist policies.
No, I'm not. Just
Yeah.
get off my property.
So, okay, now you really sound like a fascist because you're.
Off of my
I thought no human is illegal. I thought no human was illegal.
Oh yeah.
Property now.
Take care. I'll put you. The farts are gonna put you on a fart watch list.
Yes. Now she's got property that you can't be on.
Breaking news. Aside from screaming to abolish ICE, Democrats are now going all in on open borders.
Really need to, as soon as we get the gavels back, we have to dismantle DHS and ICE and CBP.
It goes on and on and on, folks. They are coming to finish the white race in America. I'm shitting in the house today. Look at this. That little Frenchie's not going out at all that snow and ice. Oh, this is a good one. Don't get scammed by this woman. She stands on the corner asking for help. She asks for a ride, but then robs you. She's robbed me 7 times this week. Don't fall for it. And finally, we have this. Give it up for Stop Antiwhitism. Men developed a lot of technology, and the world is connected by this technology forevermore. It's not going away. We need a revolution of thought that doesn't attempt to roll back the inevitable, but instead makes it its bitch. Yes. Stop Antiwhitism, bitch glue.
That's his
Go free, baby. We're the future. Let's rock. those X and NWG. Totally epic tune right there, ladies and gentlemen. The war is on for Western civilization, and we are the community that are winning it. Big salutes to every single one of you. We're going to be talking about LA being defeated with a lot of violence, people in elected office and those running for office in the Democrats calling on the violent, non-white, anti-white gangs to assist them in destroying the white race and our creation, Western civilization here in North America, United States. We're going to be talking about that. There's so much more that we're going to be taking a look at as well. And you can see calls for our destruction are coming from the highest of seats and from the lowest of places across Western civilization. They can never be allowed to hold power, obviously. Look at what they're doing in Virginia right now, moving as rapidly as they can to destroy this once great state. If you would like to speak with me while we're together, tag me as @ no white guilt, @ no white guilt, no spaces, have nothing touch, any of that. It will light up for me and I'll be able to see that you are addressing me, and potentially I will be able to respond. And I'll look forward to any of those tags across all the platforms that we are on right now. You can financially gift me while we are together. You could do so on the app that permits cash. You could do so on Subscribestar. You could do so on Entropy, which is also the Dude Bro Moment platform. You could do so on DLive and Premium Rumble. All are options to financially gift while we are together today. You can tag me across all of those, as well as we have, is it running? Let's check. I think it is. Yes, Odyssey is running. You can reach out to me there. Here, of course, as we just saw all of these champions that are live here, and Gene just showing up right now. Big salutes here on X. You can reach out to me here. Let's get a big celebration for everybody swashing and sharing the stream. Thank you so very much to every single one of you. Great to see you, Gene. And of course, right here on YouTube, and I'll be keeping my eye on all of those comments. Helios Abed Eva is here. Good to see you all. And who else do we have here? JK160 is here. Franklin is here. Good to see you. Welcome, welcome all. Good to see you. Southern Bloom is in the house. Dennis is here. Big hello to those who are on Premium Rumble. Savage Monday is there. Western 007, good to see you. Bone Secure is here. Hello and welcome, welcome to you. Good to see you. As that Double G is here. Hello to you. Savage Monday says, had a little bit of echo during the intro song. Appreciate you letting me know. And was I down in Southern Virginia this week? Because he thinks he saw my doppelganger. There are so many of us. We are everywhere. We have been produced by the government, and it's all undercover. Ivan Zahabable is here, too. Good to see you, brother. You know, I wanted to share, as I put our next item up on the board here, these are not criminals. These are criminals, I apologize. They are not protesters. Look at this. Big violence in LA. They literally drove all the federal law enforcement back into the building. They destroyed, they set things on fire, and they drove the police off in Los Angeles. Very violent people showing up, and they're calling on in places, for example, we'll be looking at in California, calling on violent non-white, anti-white gangs to participate in defeating the white race. Let's see. Herman is here. Hello from the UK. Good to see you, brother. Good to see you. Nowhere Man is here. Cindy Boone is in the house. So 2 weeks ago, I had a working dinner with a veteran, an older guy in the white sympathetic sphere. And he's white positive. He completely endorses us and everything that we're doing. And he's an older guy. He's a great guy. He's a smart guy. And he's one of the very few of the people from the white sympathetic sphere who are able to say and be honest, he must have the right objective, that he wants to benefit white people. He wants to end our victimization on the basis of our birth. And he can look at this, he can see our successes, and then say, well, this is clearly the way we have to go. Unfortunately, there aren't many of those. But this, I and this gentleman, this distinguished gentleman, we're in this restaurant. And of course, we're able to talk about white well-being out, open, normal volume, even loud. I can be pretty loud. I can be pretty big. I can take up a lot of space in a room with my personality, and I can be pretty big. And he doesn't have to worry. If we were from the past, I've known this guy for decades. If we were back in the day and I was talking about, or somebody else at the table, if there were others present, and they're talking using one of the other strategies, everybody would be shushing the person. Everybody, shh. Even in these circles. Doesn't that tell you everything you need to know about the strategy? Shh. People can't hear. Shush. Every one of the biggest personalities that you know from the white sympathetic sphere, every one of them has shushed others when in public. I'll just tell you that. Don't want to embarrass people by saying their specific names, so I'll say every one of them. You might want to just keep it down a little bit. You might want to just, a little bit quieter. You might want to just they're looking. People will hear us. Well, we want them to hear us with what we share. Anyhow, I'm there talking about white well-being. I'm there talking about this community and the great work that we're doing, and talking about how we're knocking down anti-whiteism and anti-whites, defeating in these different ways and everything. Didn't even notice that a gentleman had been walking by the table, heard me, and stopped walking. He was on his way maybe to the bathroom. The bathrooms were that direction. Maybe that's what he was on his way to. I didn't even notice this guy. Finally, I notice my friend, as we're sitting there, and I'm like, anti-white this, anti-white that. And I notice my friend, he finally notices the guy. He goes, like, what? Who's this guy just walking by and hears us? And so when I see him do that, I turn as well to see, well, who is there? And this guy, he's still standing like sideways to us, like he's still going in the direction he was going. And he looks over and completely agrees with everything that I was saying. He just wanted me to know that he completely agreed with everything that I was saying. What's more, he's going to be able to take everything that he heard when he paused there and share that with his audience at his table or at the bar or wherever he was standing, wherever this guy was. He wasn't some like degenerate drunk or something like this. This was a normal guy that wanted to let me know, you guys got it right. What you're saying, you've got it right. I want you to know that. Imagine that. Imagine having that kind of victory anywhere else. Glorious. And I'll have to tell you about, I've been meaning to tell you all, and keep forgetting, about this class I was in recently, where we were going through some scenarios about people attacking you in public and using your firearm and coming upon situations where there are firearms involved. And I got it to the anti-whites were there. Anti-whites have guns too. Don't forget it. This weekend, what began as a protest in Los Angeles turned into violence. What began as a protest? You mean the warm-up period? They're in the batter's box. This is anti-whiteism. It's always going to violence. It's just whether or not it's going to be reported. Not debate. Not a peaceful assembly. Violence. Really? It's called anti-white terrorism. And the sooner you all start calling it that at the New York Post, the sooner white people will start coming together, and good non-white people will come together with us to put this down once and for all. As you watch the scenes unfold on television, it feels like something that should be happening in Iran or Afghanistan, not in Los Angeles. This is every day more and more the norm for Western civilization. All across the West, the anti-whites have the power. The anti-whites have the numbers. The anti-whites have the desire, willingness, and ability to commit violence against us. And they are going to do it. They are doing it, and it keeps ratcheting up. Everything has failed. You now have the anomaly Donald Trump in office, and that's why you're seeing any bit of pushback. But you can see as soon as the anomaly is gone, nothing has changed. Nothing has changed. The only substantive change is taking place here. Downtown mobs clashed with federal officers outside the Metropolitan Detention Center. Protesters were seen throwing water bottles. And if you get hit in the head by a water bottle that's been thrown from a distance, it'll break your skull wide open. So you know. Throwing water bottles, glass bottles, rocks, debris, and other objects at federal and assisting law enforcement officers. This is as bad as it gets. The only tick up from this is when they shoot, is when they begin shoot, which we've seen happen. I showed you video 3 weeks ago where they drove up beside a police car, rolled the window down, and fired what I believe to be dragon's breath out of a shotgun. Right, it melted the whole top part of the door. Take a look. This will be in your neighborhood, white people. We've got to become a people before it's too late. A dumpster was moved into the street and set on fire outside the federal facility. The image was unmistakable. Street chaos wasn't chaos, aimed directly at the seat of federal authority in the center of America's second largest city. Problematic Biospirit is with us. Jason, we need to hurry and get anti-whiteism into law finally before they get back in power. Yeah, precisely. We need to promulgate these concepts because even if let's say we suddenly were able to influence enough, let's say we had infinite dollars, we could show up, we could pay off enough congressmen and women, pay off the president, pay off everybody infinite dollars, and they put it into law that anti-whiteism is illegal. As soon as anti-whites came to power, they wouldn't even have to get rid of the law. They would just interpret it to mean something other than what they're doing, and they will come get us and execute us. They will come put us down. The only chance we have is by way of these concepts, the white race becomes a people, and it's going to be incremental. It'll be tiny percentages of a single percent at first, and then it will grow from there. This is happening yesterday and today, not in some unstable foreign capital. It's happening in Los Angeles, on streets where families work, live, and commute. A city, of course, that white men built, and that was 100% white people only when we built it. Many people gathered earlier to, by the way, I don't know if they're going to talk about it here. I don't know how much of the footage you got to see of it here. And I definitely didn't have time to get the footage that was sent to me up and ready and rolling because of all of the tech issues that we were having and having to try to fix and deal with before we got rolling here today for Church of the West. But they had they had I saw the communist flag. I saw the Cuban flag. I saw the Venezuelan flag. I saw the Mexican flag. I saw a couple of other Central South American flags. Folks, this is war on the white race. This is war on what we produce. This is war for the West. They have been white erasing us by the most extreme level, at the most extreme level. Never forget what you're taught in the Go Free practice. Anti-whiteism always takes place at the most extreme level that the white population will tolerate and that law will permit. And law can be by way of the interpretation of the law, not what's written on the documents, right? So it's always going to be to the extreme. That means there's no escaping this. There's no placating this. There's only a united white race, a united Western kind that comes together as a united people and says, enough is enough. Now, how bad do you want it to get for you? That's it. That's it. That's the only way it can be done. Many people gathered earlier to protest federal immigration enforcement. This is their constitutional right. But a violent faction, you mean all but like 3 or 4 of them that are on too many meds and they need to get back home for the treatments and the meds that we are paying for them. Imagine how fast a united white race, forget about even before you get to the point of dealing with people in the streets, if they bother to show up, knowing that the white race is going to respond with equal and greater force to put them down. Forget about that. We pull the plug on their pills. We pull the plug on their treatments, their breathing treatments. We pull the plug on all these anti-whites who, by way of our largesse, our giving, by way of our care, by way of our money, by way of our tech, they live. They live and are comfortable enough to come out and vie with us for the white erasure of our cities, of our states, of our counties, of our country. Half of them wouldn't be able to show up. A violent faction broke off and turned the streets into a confrontation zone where rioters attacked officers, threatened bystanders, and destroyed property. Remember to tag me as No White Guilt. And please share the stream, share the gathering, so that we can bring as many people into Church of the West as possible. I see Ketchy here. I see Earl here. Federal officers were the first on the front line. They were forced to defend a federal facility as the crowd grew more aggressive and more emboldened. Let me tell you about how this breaks down in a big way. If Democrats are winning elections, and by the way, the Democrat, we're going to see in a story here, the Democrat Party is being taken over by the most radical anti-whites in the party. So not even basic bitch anti-whites. The most radical are taking over the Democrat Party. If they're winning elections, and you can see the writing on the wall, that agents, that people who supported them, etc., that they are going to be prosecuted by the government, how many agents do you think are going to go out and continue to fight this madness, risk their lives? How many of them will begin subverting their agencies to protect themselves when power shifts? This can continue forever. This is not the path to the reclamation of our destiny. You're looking at death throes of the United States, of Western kind in the United States, if we don't recapture our destiny within ourselves, within our families, within our communities. And by way of the recapture of that destiny, the instantiation of a people out of Western kind. Local police later moved in to support federal law enforcement efforts to disperse the crowd and arrest the people committing acts of violence and mayhem. Their role became one of reinforcement after the situation had already deteriorated into open confrontation. I saw the federal law enforcement retreat, run back into the federal building. We're this close to them setting the federal buildings on fire. The fire department showed up to put fires out, and the anti-white terrorists ran them off, threatened them with violence if they were to try to stay and put the fires out. And law enforcement couldn't protect them. Why? You're at the point now where they have to shoot the protesters. And they're not going to do that. They're terrorists, I should say. Not protesters, terrorists. They're not going to gun them down. So they are as violent with them as they can be at this point. This is not enough. Los Angeles sanctuary, and this is the problem right here, New York Post, seditious posture. Stop calling it sanctuary. Has been treated like a moral badge by its leaders? Well, precisely by the metric of the anti-white immoral imperative. It is moral to white erase a city built by white men. It is moral to white erase a city still funded by white males, still kept going by white males. All of these cities would disappear overnight if we didn't perpetually prop them up. But the moment violence erupts, assaults, vandalism, arson, obstruction, the argument is over. Those are crimes, not political statements. Those are acts of terrorism. And it's political terrorism. It's the epitome of the definition. And if you and I did it, we would go straight to jail forever. But if you do it for anti-whiteism, you're protected. If you and I did it, Donald Trump wouldn't protect us. If you and I showed up in Los Angeles and a bunch of us showed up to violently confront the mayor, to violently confront the governor, to violently confront the staff in the government there, if we showed up there and we were throwing rocks at their faces because of what they're doing to our country, and we were throwing bottles at their heads that could crack their heads open, and we were dragging trash cans into the street and setting them on fire and breaking windows out of government buildings, the Republican Party is not going to protect you. No sheriff is going to protect you. If we went to Florida, where we see these sheriffs, and the sheriffs say, you come into my county and you spit on a police officer, you're going to go to the hospital and then to the jail. If we went to that county and violently confronted anti-white legislators, if we went into that county and violently confronted anti-white organizers, that sheriff and his police force would show up to beat the shit out of us and put us in prison. There is no protection for us. There is protection for the people, the anti-white terrorists in the streets, from the anti-white terrorists in our government. That's an imbalance that isn't going to be corrected by an anomaly Donald Trump. You really have to ponder that to begin to truly understand what kind of a situation we find ourselves in right now. First Assistant U.S. Attorney has drawn the line clearly. Every American has the right to peacefully protest what is not constitutional. Why do they bother saying this? Hannity just the other night, Sean Hannity, the cuck king of Fox News, maybe the cuck king of the country, maybe even of the world. This guy was saying the violence, it doesn't matter what side does it. It's not acceptable. There is no right-wing violence. Thinks he's making a point. And he would gladly report on your arrest if you went out and violently opposed some anti-white Democrat in office. He would love, because he thinks that's going to legitimize his position of having no people, of having no race, of having no commitment except to abstractions that no one else is going to honor. This is not politics. This is the law, stated plainly. So he wants to say, this isn't we're just enforcing the law. Again, this is cuckservatism. Won't recognize that what we're up against is anti-whiteism and anti-white terrorists. They won't recognize it. They won't identify it. It's the abstraction of the law that they're enforcing. Will Democrats say that? It's for the abstraction of the law. No, they'll be talking about how immoral the ICE agent, Mr. Brown, was, and how he now needs to be executed because while Trump was in office, he obeyed orders. And yet this weekend is another reminder that Karen Bass, mayor, governs by press release and platitude rather than firm, visible leadership. Abstractions. She's an anti-white animal. She's as anti-white as they come. Angelenos do not need carefully collaborated messaging when officers are under attack outside a federal facility. They need leadership. They need unmistakable condemnation of the violence. Instead, we get the same pattern. Public disorder first, official resolve later. More reminders of her leader. Yeah, you've been having that since the 60s, since the 50s. You've been having that. They say, let the violent anti-whites act up, and then we'll step up afterward and say that wasn't a great thing, but most of them were good people. Now we're at the point, the inevitable point in this deterioration of the West, in this victory of anti-whiteism over Western kind, and therefore our countries, where they say, yeah, they were doing the right thing. When they got out there and they burned and killed and looted and raped and stole and terrorized, that was the right thing to do because you make them scared, because you're white supremacists, because of countless other excuses I could give for your victimization. Weak signals from leadership invite stronger waves of disorder. I feel like I could be reading this in 1990. This was the news in 1990. This is the exact kind of verbiage they used. Don't you understand? The cucks waddle up on to the stage, step before the lectern and tell us, don't you understand that when you have weak signals from leadership, then the disorder gets worse? You should understand this. They understand it, Aunt B, and they're coming for you. When lawlessness appears to go unchecked, the most extreme actors, again, these are the platitudes. They're complaining about the Democrat platitudes. These are the platitudes. President Donald Trump does not need the Insurrection Act to strengthen federal protection. He better use it, arrest, and give the proper punishments to the anti-whites in charge, because they're going to do it to you. Los Angeles should not be a battle. Thank you so much, Aunt B. It shouldn't be a battleground. Too late. All of Western civilization is the battleground, Aunt B. Let's see what we have next. Long Beach mayor candidate calls on 55 gangs. Now, do you remember Cynthia Gonzalez from last year? She is a current mayor in California. And she called on gangs, the violent, do you remember this? Just last year. She called on the violent gangs, anti-white, non-white gangs, to assist in fighting ICE, fighting the feds, fighting white people, and the enforcement of our will, fighting them out of the city. And then they allowed this anti-white bitch to claim, I was actually just kidding. Seriously. They allowed her to say that rather than arrest her for sedition and try her for treason, and then, if warranted, execute her. Send a message to all of these other Hispanic mayors in the Southwest of the United States. This is America, mother. I don't care about your Reconquista bullshit. You're talking about Reconquista, you're going to get the chair, motherfucker. That's what's going to happen. So she did that last year. Now you have this guy, Rogelio Martinez. Rogelio Martinez, a candidate for mayor of Long Beach. Here we have a little video of him.
California mayor is literally calling for gangs to fight ICE. You can't make this stuff up.
My name is Rogelio Martinez. I am calling all 55 gangs in my beautiful city.
I got to point out, I went ahead and looked this up in his beautiful city where he's running for mayor. And by the way, he's not like somebody who's got no chance to win. Okay? Just so you know, it's not like the losers that run on the right wing that the entire alternative sphere gets all excited about. And then I come in and I burst their bubble. And then I'm the one who ends up being right. Nobody then comes back and says, holy shit, you were dead balls accurate on this clown and that clown and this clown. Nobody comes back. They get all excited. They deem the person some new leader forevermore. And he's absolutely going to win for all these reasons. And Jason must be working for the Jews if he says he's not. Then they get crushed. Nobody comes back. So this guy's got a chance. I went ahead and looked up, though, these 55 gangs. They're all anti-white, non-white gangs. Now, there was a gang, a white gang, that was white erased from that city. What is it, Long Beach? There was a white gang there. It was started there. It was called something like Pin 1. And they were started there, but they were run out by the non-white gangs. I mean, talk about a living metaphor for the white race. Your own garbage people are run out of town by the garbage people of other peoples of man. So he could have even technically, even though there hasn't been a crime committed by this white gang that was started. It was started there in 1984, I think was the year. And there hasn't been a crime committed by them in that city since I think like 2000. So they've been whiter, but they could still possibly be there. But Rogelio here doesn't call on the white gang because this is race war for these people. This is a war on the white race. It's not their race that matters. It's our race because we are the ones targeted. So this is about race, our race, not theirs. They're going to be good Hispanic people. They're going to be good Southeast Asian people. There are a bunch of gangs, Asian gangs there. I love people. It's so funny in the Northeast part of the United States, in the white sympathetic sphere, over the decades that I've been involved. I meet these folks, and there's this bizarre phenomenon, and it's of course it's not everybody in the Northeast, but it only prevails. It only exists in the Northeast in arguments from white people that Asians are good. They don't get in gangs. They don't kill. They don't rape. They don't steal. They're good. So much so that in the white sympathetic sphere over the years, I have had conversations with people from the Northeast of the United States who have said, well, if you biologically white erase with an Asian, it's not so bad. Really? It's not so bad? If you biologically white erase with anybody, it's the same consequence. So here you have in the Southwest and up all along the West Coast of the United States, tons of these gangs, but you're going to have good people in all of these different race groups. They're going to be good people, not gangbangers, they're not anti-white. So race matters, our race, because we are targeted on the basis of our race. Their race is totally irrelevant. It's their anti-whiteism that's relevant. I've been right all along. Even Grok says we have the revolutionary movement. And if you disagree, it's because you're a fucking tard.
I expect a gang leader from every gang, all 55 gangs, and I'm not going to name them by name. I'm calling the Latino gangs. I'm calling the Cambodian gangs. I'm calling the Filipino gangs. I'm calling the black gangs. I'm calling the Pacific Islander gangs. I'm calling all gang leaders to meet me right here, Long Beach City Hall, this coming Monday. Why Monday? Specifically, I need you to be here to meet me in person to take back this city.
A California.
How do you like that? I mean, he's specifically calling out the non-white gangs. Let's do war with who? The white race. So race matters, cucks. Our race. We are targeted for our race. And it doesn't matter how blind you are to color. They can see it. Biospirit of the West is here. Cool Papa J Magic. Linda is here. Good to see you all. Biospirit says, I used to talk with my friend Tim about us starting a gang. He said, what should we call it? I said, the Blondes. Yep. I don't know necessarily that it conveys the violence that we would like it to, gangs to convey, but, the Blondes. Cockatoo is here. Hello and welcome. Is that Dan? Hello, Dan, and welcome. So let's go here. Rogelio Martinez sounds like a great white leader, doesn't it? A candidate for mayor of, it is Long Beach, has issued a direct appeal to the city's criminal organizations to join a war against federal immigration authorities. Martinez called on leaders from all 55 gangs in Long Beach, specifically naming Latino, Cambodian, Filipino, Black, and Pacific Islander groups. There are Japanese as well, but not in Long Beach. So he wasn't able to call on them to meet him. And of course, you have the Chinese mafia, but they are also not in Long Beach. So he couldn't call on them. But I guarantee you, if they decided they wanted to work together, he would happily do it. Rogelio. And then this is his quote here that you just listened to him. I'm calling on all 55 gangs in my beautiful city. So you have to ask yourself, what won't this guy do? What's off limits for this anti-white? If he's calling on violent anti-white, non-white gangs to wage war, street war, these people, their lives mean nothing. They put no value on human life. They will kill you dead and not give a damn. They will kill you dead, not give a damn, and not give a damn about their own life and whether or not they get caught and then have to go to prison forever. That's what they're pitting against you. Mr. Martinez is a criminal himself if he is calling for gangs to gang up on ICE, to gang up on the white race, to gang up on people, to terrorize people, to exercise terrorism. This guy, how do you think he would interpret laws in office as mayor? Or his equivalent, whoever wins? Or Cynthia in the other city? How do you think she's interpreting the laws? If they're willing to call gangs out to murder you, to terrorize you, to bludgeon you to death and make you into a vegetable, how do you think they'll interpret our laws? How do you think they'll apply those laws? Fairly and equitably? Blind justice? Are you an idiot? Everything they do is short of calling on anti-white gangs to come and terrorize you. So there's nothing they won't do. Everything that could be done is short of that. Prosecute you more harshly? Oh, yeah. Dilate the law to ensnare you? And then anti-white prosecutor, anti-white judge, anti-white jury, see your white ass as the avatar for Western kind, go to jail for the rest of your life. Maybe they don't have execution in California, but maybe they would bring it back for you. Of course they would. If they're willing to do this. He wants Rogelio wants to make California into a gangland like Mexico. He wants to do, you mean a biospiritual truth? A biospiritual instinct is manifesting from him into this environment, into this Long Beach environment? Is that what you're saying? Yeah. Yeah. It'll look like Mexico or El Salvador or Nicaragua or Honduras or on and on, because those people are there with numerical courage. Any of the good ones that are there, they'll be run out. And then the norm will be settled. Then anti-whites will tell you, well, the reason they're so violent, the reason that their test scores are so poor, the reason that their that it looks like this in their streets, their the crime and etc., the reason why they're all crying and angry and dumb and etc., is because of their environment. But of course, what is their environment a product of? If they're a product of the environment, then what is their environment a product of? Their environment is a product of their biospirit. That's the face. That guy there is the face of Democrat leadership moving forward. ICE agents chase down migrant sex predator after judge allows him to stroll out of New York City courthouse. Now, why are any judges still doing this? I thought a couple of judges were prosecuted. A couple of them have already gotten their sentences. You know what? There are some of them where they have refused to sentence them. Specifically, one white female judge is coming to mind, where she was found guilty and she lost her ability to be a judge, but she is supposed to be sentenced, but now fellow anti-whites in these black robes are just refusing to issue the sentencing. And apparently, there's nothing that can be done? It's up to their discretion when they sentence. They could just say, no, thanks. According to our norms, we would just expect that the sentencing that's the next part of the process. Found guilty now, and if it were a normal white person in normal white America, even if the judge sympathized with whatever the other judge was doing, the judge would say, here's your sentence. I have to do the objectively correct thing because that's what's normal for the instinct of the white race. That's what is, I feel that's normal inside my own heart, inside my spirit. And I know that all of my white brothers and sisters out there would expect that from me as well. And so here's your sentence. But here we have anti-whites. Here we have something very different. So even though judges have been arrested and have lost their judgeships for doing this exact thing, they're still doing it. Cucks, have you won? I mean, does the winning feel that good? That it still looks like this? Take a look at this monster. Take a look at this anti-white monster. You know, the penalty for being deported and returning 100% should be death. We have caught you in our home and we have expelled you. To break back in should 100% be execution. That's the only healthy, natural way to handle thieves, interlopers, intruders, terrorists coming repeatedly into your home. Execution. And that's what a healthy white race would do. An alleged crack-smoking, sexual predator, migrant, wanted by ICE, was allowed to flee through a back door of a Manhattan courthouse, infuriating federal agents. Mora 45, was arrested Thursday for shoplifting and possession of stolen property after. And what does, they always overlook these crimes. They're like, well, shoplifting. What does shoplifting do to our environment? What do store owners have to do to our environment? How amicable is our environment? You know, if it were all white, and you can see these places in all white parts of Canada still, Scandinavia, where they can put a store up with no one present. And you just go in there, you take the things you need, and you literally write down on a book what you took, and then you leave the money behind. And no one steals the money. No one steals the goods that are available at the stores. How amicable and friendly and civil and white is that? Could you imagine being able to live our lives that healthily? What would a normal experience where shop owners were able to focus on you, able to focus on how welcome you feel by coming into the store, rather than on the loss by way of all the criminality, where they could focus on providing you the best products and the best services, focus on providing you with the best experience. You can't even fathom what it would look like. Macy's bending over backwards to make sure you feel like you're floating on a cloud through the store. Everybody that works there as friendly as could be, because they can put their focus there. As helpful as they can be, because they can put their focus there. This is all the loss that we normally don't articulate. They don't articulate in the right wing. They just want to talk about the dollars and cents aspect of it. And there's a dollars and cents aspect of it. In the cuck circles, it's all about you're going to pay more for your products because of all of the theft. That absolutely, we are harmed that way as well. But you have all of these opportunity costs that are manifestations of our instinct, our biospirit, that aren't calculated and never will be calculated in cuck-servative circles because they can't see race. Everybody is just a fungible economic unit, and they all worship money. So much is lost that you can't even imagine it. Imagine these places would even have entertainment for children so that people who have kids and who have to bring them with them would be able to do so, and the kids would be happy the entire time while mom or dad or both are shopping. Because there would probably be things at eye level for children that wouldn't be trying to economically take advantage of mom and dad, but would keep the attention of the children, maybe even imparting moral lessons along the way. All of this is within reach, has been within reach for decades and decades. And I'm talking here about with tech. Even before then, it was done and could have been done. But instead, the stores have to focus on this. They have to focus on the moras. They have to focus on the people with very different instincts. They have to put up surveillance everywhere. They have to spend untold numbers of dollars on surveillance of their stores. They have to spend untold numbers of dollars in time and energy on shoppers that are really undercovers working for the store, or law enforcement cooperating with the store. They've got to worry about all these different little sensors and things to watch where the goods are moving throughout the store. And all of this is invasions on our privacy that we lose as a consequence. The taboo grifters that claim to be fighting for the white race, they're not going to talk about that kind of injury. They couldn't care less about the injury you're suffering. Only we do here, because we are the real deal. So he stole $130+ from an H&M display in Midtown. Mora, whose country of origin was not disclosed, I'm going to say shithole. It's probably right. was collared on the Upper West Side on the 7th for possession of crack cocaine, according to a criminal complaint. That case is pending. Moore was busted for attempted rape and strangulation after he allegedly followed a 21-year-old woman home in Midtown, choked and tried to remove her clothes, police sources said. He was stopped by a bystander, so that's the only way the woman was saved. Chance. He was presumably deported after that, and was off the radar for 12 years. But in 23, he was back in the U.S. and arrested for showing now false identification. Federal authorities have been looking for Mora on the criminal arrest warrant under a section of the U.S. Code that concerns reentry of removed aliens. Should be execution when they find him. This anti-white pig, let him go so that he could rape again, so that he could steal the identity of another citizen again. This anti-white pig right here. And remember, race matters. Our race, not hers. But on Thursday, in a court hearing on desk appearance tickets, the judge let Martinez waltz out of the courtroom. The shoplifting charge itself was not bail eligible, but Judge Sheridan Jack Brown, a Democrat who won a special election last year in Brooklyn, would have had the federal arrest warrant, two sources told the Post. The warrant is actually put in a folder for the judge. Everything was sent over to the courthouse. But instead of handing him over to ICE, Mora was allowed to simply slip out the back door of the Manhattan Criminal Court. Who cares about the woman he raped? And it doesn't matter if, or was in the midst of raping and strangling when a citizen stopped by and stopped it. Doesn't matter if it was a white woman. Well, that's great for this anti-white pig here. But if it were a non-white woman, well, it's collateral damage. It is yet his presence is the destruction of the West. Mora's presence is the white erasure of the white race, and therefore a moral thing to do, to keep him here. Even if it occasionally means that non-white people, maybe it was even a black woman that was in the process of being raped. Quote, they refused to hand him over, the irate Fed said. They let him out the back to avoid ICE. Moore is now in federal custody. Moore is now in federal custody. The Department of Justice could prosecute Moore, deport him, or both. Because it's a sanctuary city. You mean a seditious city? Dipshits? New York doesn't work with the feds when it comes to immigration enforcement. But allegations of actively obstructing the feds are unusual because they don't bother making the allegation. That's why. The great Brand Danger is with us, ladies and gentlemen. Good to see you, brother. Dean Danger, School of the West. The feds have recently delivered warrants for 3 other criminal migrants that haven't been honored. So you see, they're not reporting on these cases. You had, in this particular case, you had a particular ICE agent that was so angry over it that he reported it. But in most cases, they don't. It just means more paperwork. It just means you're going to have to stay late at work again and nothing's going to come of it. So what's the use? Unfortunately, that's what we do now, said a longtime NYPD officer, dismayed by the city's policy of icing out ICE. You mean sedition? We don't acknowledge any federal anything. I don't think that's right. They came into the country the wrong way. There is no right way. There's no right way anymore. Nobody coming in the country. Nobody coming in the West. There is only a giant flushing sound in the West. No one's coming in. There's a giant flushing sound. Everybody is going out that is supposed to go out. Millions, millions and millions. The re-Westernization of the West. They came into the country the wrong way. Yeah, I'm not being white erased whether you think it's legal or not. And besides, the Democrats in office are just going to give them amnesty and then it'll be legal. And then how can you complain, cucks? They should be deported, the cop asked. We should be able to hand them over to the feds. In some case, so this is happening to the tune of millions. You've got 20, 30 million of illegals in the country, 50 million when you include all of the people on all of these different visas and waivers and etc. People who are in breach of their contract with the United States, who came in, student visa or whatever, work visa, whatever it was. Big flushing sound needs to be taking place. They're getting arrested and then they're just letting them walk. In some cases, the feds have gone after judges that it feels have obstructed ICE, precious few to none. Milwaukee judge Hannah Dugan faces up to 5 years in prison after she was convicted of felony obstruction last year for helping an undocumented immigrant, really, evade ICE agents. Jack Brown and the state office of court administration, I guarantee you, she would be a real joy for some poor black guy to be married to. Could you imagine that household with this black female being a judge? Huh? Yeah. Jack Brown and the state office of court administration did not return requests for comment. They don't have to. The Department of Homeland Security did not comment either. There'll be no charges. They've got too much to do. They've got too much going on. There's too much anti-whiteism. There are too many anti-whites. And the vast majority of the people who are supposed to be carrying out the anomaly Trump edicts are anti-whites themselves. Or they're anti-whites to various degrees. Anti-whites on the right. Where they're looking at some of this and they're saying, oh, that's a little bit too much. You've gone a little bit too far. So these predators back out in the country, back out on the streets in Los Angeles to terrorize federal agents, to be members of gangs, to be called on by the Rahelios and the Cynthias, mayors in California, to show up with their posse and terrorize the white race and the manifestation of our will as exerted through our legitimate law enforcement. You see how all this works together? Get out the popcorn for the DSA's bid for a hostile Democrat Party takeover. The Democrat Socialists of America. As anti-white as it gets. And then a brief look at the invisible coup. And we've been talking about several parts of this already. The invisible coup taking place in the United States. Canada as well. I mean, Canada is trying to make all the pressure of the communist Chinese and Canadian citizens who are Chinese, who love the homeland. Not all of them, of course, but all the pressure. And Canada is trying to make deals with China. Get ready to get a lot of dead Canadians because the American empire is not going to allow that to happen. Making deals with communist China. That's going to be more brothers' wars as a consequence of anti-whiteism. Look at this anti-white piece of filth. In the wake of Zoran Mamdani's rise, his hard left, Democrat Socialists of America, hard left, anti-white, are looking to eat up more offices now held by older school Democrats. This is really the end of so many of us know white Democrats who aren't anti-white, but they, in their stupidity, in their gullibility, the gullibility of the white race is like nothing ever seen in the universe. And they still stolidly, intransigently believe that the Democrat Party stands up for workers. I have met a lot of them, so have you. They could not be more hidebound. How do you convince people that are that hidebound? So the displacing the old school Democrats and the moribund, corruption-plagued Democrat establishment may lack the fortitude to resist. It certainly doesn't show any hint of plans for a counterattack. The old guards proposed so long by attacking Republicans from the left, it doesn't have a clue how to stave off the same assault by the hard left, the more radical anti-whites. So you've got radical anti-whites and then more radical anti-whites in the leadership of the Democrat Party. Now you'll have, because there are so many basic bitch, midwit IQ white people on the right wing that'll say, well, look there, Jason. You see how the most radical element in the Democrat Party is taking over. That's what we have to do, by golly. That's what we have to do. You claim to be able to notice things. You can't notice the colossal difference in context. Imbeciles. The dumbest people I've met in my life have been white. It certainly doesn't show any hint of plans for a counterattack. The DSA is targeting multiple seats in the legislature this year, plus at least 2 House contests, and early signs are grim for traditional Democrats. Notably, Rep. Gregory Meeks and his Queen's Democratic machine find themselves compelled to back the DSA's choice. Meeks, who didn't endorse Mamdani last year, has little choice but to support Moreno or be humiliated in the People's Republic of Astoria, an area represented by DSAers in the city council, state legislature, and Congress. Now, look at the Democrat primaries in June, where DSA chapters have already endorsed 8 candidates for Assembly, Senate, and House races, while 7 DSA-backed incumbents, including AOC, face no serious reelection challenge. And they keep talking. You look at Virginia as a great example. They keep talking like, well, Democrats and Republicans. Democrats aren't going to win if these radical socialist communists are in charge. Bullshit. They won't win. Democrat voters are not about to split in half and ensure Republican victories forevermore. Give me a break. Just look at Virginia. And that's not counting DSA adjacent Brad Lander, who's challenging Rep. Dan Goldman in Manhattan, arguing that Goldman isn't harsh enough on Israel and also is richer than him. It's just going to come down for so many, because you have so many in the Jewish community who they do the wonderful thing of achieving individual well-being by way of their group's well-being, that all this Republican objection is just going to be where it hurts Jews. That's all. And I've had people in the white sympathizer, I've gotten some big arguments. I got in an argument in Richmond one time. this loser trying to tell me, this absolute midwit trying to tell me, instead of doing the right thing and getting down like Muslims and facing me in prayer, instead of doing the right thing, this loser wanted to argue with me that, oh, the Jews they're going to start hurting because they're bringing in these people that hate them, and then they'll have to stop that. They'll get what's coming to them, and then they'll have to stop. Bro, how many white lives are going to be lost and ruined? How much of our civilization needs... Do you realize how small the Jewish population is? They could just keep moving around the country forevermore, move right out of the country, and still own and operate. Unbelievable. The anti-whites, not the socialists, see a great chance to inherit Nydia Velázquez's seat, running Assemblywoman Claire Valdez against Brooklyn Beep Antonio Reynoso, for the love of God. On the other hand, Mamdani weighed in to squelch a DSA challenge to House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. Oh, he's playing ball. He's anti-white enough, and he's playing ball with the more hardcore and the harder core of the hardcore anti-whites. Heck, the party could still play kingmaker in the insane scramble to succeed Jerry Nadler. What a vile creature Nadler has been for the totality of his life. Anti-white as the day is long. And they're going to find somebody even more anti-white. I want you to reflect on the stories we've already covered. The people, the violent predators who should be executed on returning to the country, should never, they immediately captured, deported, and then if returned, execution. Allowed to roam free, to rape you, to rape your wife, to rape your daughter, to molest your son, to bludgeon your son into some level of retardation, to be out on the streets and drunk and hit your daughter so that she can never tell her parents that she loves them again, so that she lives in a wheelchair for the rest of her life and is half brain dead. To more of these leaders to run the violent protests, terrorism in our cities across the United States. More of them to call on the violent gangs, violent anti-white, non-white gangs to come and get you, like Rogelio and Cynthia in California. If you're not being obedient enough, if you're not showing obeisance to them, if you are heretical in any way to anti-whiteism, none of this is working. None of the anti-non-white garbage works. None of the cuckery works. None of the putting Jews first works for us. None of it. The only thing that works is the go free dialogic. It is engendering a people out of our deracinated race. And if you want a future, then you better pick up the practice. The city's regular Democratic county organizations have grown fat from pork and patronage. By the way, cucks out there, for all the cucks out there who think, well, these cities will just fall. You know, you can go back and read in the John Birch Society. You can go back before that. You can go back older in time. And the big conservative organizations in the United States, and read them saying how, well, if they're in charge, it'll just fall. And then that'll be the end of it. And then everybody will learn that you're not supposed to do that. Has that worked? You get tired of having to even address so many dim-witted white people. So the money will still go. The tax dollars still go to California, even though it's broke. Even though it steals billions and billions of dollars. Even though it undermines everything good, noble, and heroic in California. Even though they're running off all of the tax base, The feds are going to still support it. The money will still go to the bitter end. Perhaps that taint, did somebody say Fuentes? Is why Mamdani has hired vanishingly few regulars for his city hall team. Many leading Black and Hispanic old schoolers are quietly grousing about that. You're not anti-white enough. Even if they present it as a lack of diversity. You know what? What a joke. What a joke. You need more Black people. It's not diverse enough. Well, yeah. Diversity means fewer to no white people. Yes, the DSA is basically another form of the elitist woke. Okay, so here's the cuck argument. These are the new limousine liberals. How much do you want to bet they'll be calling them that? That's been driving Blacks and Hispanics across America to rethink their loyalties to the Oh, really? Is that what's going to happen? Oh, you're giving some hope to the cucks. They're all going to start voting Republican, right? Disgusting. These voters don't love socialism, trans rights, and open borders. Yes, they do. And green dreams. Nor do they share the DSA's obsessive hatred of Israel. Oh, that's what it comes down to. That's all that matters. Of course. New York Post, that's all. You know when that will stop being an issue? When the white race is a people. Then New York Post will start talking about the white race, our needs and our injuries. That's when that will change. Any DSA-led realignment, in other words, may well open opportunities. Go to hell. Here's what's happening. So as you can see how bad it is, where it's all visible. You can see how this war on the West, this war on America, you can see how bad it is from what's visible. But then there is also the invisible coup underway in America. Peter Schweitzer, The Invisible Coup. How American elites and foreign powers, who are don't call them elites, and foreign powers use immigration as a weapon. The revelations in this book are shocking and, more importantly, dangerous. This is an opportunity for all Breitbart readers to get insights, ask questions, and learn more from the author himself. So what does he talk about? Despite President Trump's first year of this historic second term, there are dangerous actors aiming dangerous weapons at America from within. The Chinese Communist Party spy spigot. The U.S. via program designed by a Chinese spy lets Beijing pour tens of millions of dollars into our the visa program designed by a Chinese spy lets Beijing pour tens of millions of dollars into our elections. And all of those outcomes are going to be anti-white. Mexico's election plot exposed. All of the fruits, all of the efforts of Mexico's plots are anti-white outcomes. Mexico's 50-plus consulates are running a shadow campaign to sway U.S. elections. Thousands of Chinese pilots are being trained every year in the skies above California and Arizona. Why? Schweitzer asks. Drug lord bombshell. Prominent progressives, anti-white terrorists, are working with cartel-linked operators to influence Washington. But run for the alderman of your county. That will change everything. Run for the dog catcher. Run for sheriff where you live. Well, at least it's doing something, Jason. Shut the fuck up. You're not doing shit. You are not doing shit. The only thing working is the promulgation of the concepts that liberate the mind and soul and body of Western kind. Period. The Manchurian generation. Obama encouraged Chinese birth tourism. And by the year 2030, over 1 million, and really millions is what they're saying, plural, Chinese nationals with U.S. citizenship who grew up in communist China will vote in all U.S. elections. And those are just a few of the bombshells. That and so much more is happening while we run out of time. We run out of time while we have the key that can free us from anti-whiteism. And by freeing white men and women of anti-whiteism incrementally in their circles, concentric circles, work, family, strangers, and online, where we spread all of these powerful concepts to our brothers and sisters. Free the white race, free the mind and spirit, a people engendered, and the war is ours. With that, I'll be right back. Drowning in the argument, the anti-white says, what exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era. It is time to celebrate, ladies and gentlemen. And let's begin the celebration. Raucous emojis, please. Raucous emojis for our champions. There is Zarathustra, ladies and gentlemen. Let me know that you can hear me okay. Thus spoke Zarathustra. We can see we got this coming up. We got this Dandy Westman over there on Leonardo Joni. $20 financial gift he gave to get this read. Casey Butch, Ohio governor candidate for founding stock Americans, challenging the anti-white establishment, Dems, and GOP, who are backed by sellout billionaires and global anti-white oligarchs aiming to white erase our homeland. Let's hear it for the Dandy, the Westman. Ladies and gentlemen, big salutes. Big salutes to Dandy Westman. Biospirit of the West on Eric Doherty. Give it up, ladies and gentlemen, for the great Biospirit of the West here. New York City is a white erased hot mess. 9,326 people empowered this week on this post alone by West. Biospirit of the West back again, this time on Libs of TikTok. 10,000 more people empowered. Anti-white terrorism needs to be ended immediately. This is such an epic meme. I love it. Look at what it says on the signs. I love it. Anti-ICE equals anti-white. God, that's awesome. Give it up for Biospirit of the West. We did that, ladies and gentlemen. It is the beginning of the month, February. So we got to celebrate our honors roll call. Honors roll call are the people who financially gift every single week without giving any thought to it whatsoever. Raucous emojis for all of these people. Honors roll call. They don't even think about it, and they financially gift. And you could do that primarily on Subscribe Star. And we begin with the All Stars on the honors roll call. Ladies and gentlemen, we begin at the very top of the All Stars. It is Prometheum Healing. Show the man some love, big love for the acme of the All Stars in the honors roll call. Ladies and gentlemen, Prometheum Healing, showing some good love. Let's wrap up the rest of the All Stars. We have the great Shannon Oliver is among the All Stars on the honors roll call, ladies and gentlemen, showing some love. Shannon Oliver. Marie Curie, one of the All Stars. Show the dear lady some love. Give it up for Marie Curie. Give it up for Western Sunrise. Also there in the All Stars, as well as Defeat Deceit. In the All Stars, still working on the All Stars, ladies and gentlemen, Joseph. Another big player in the All Stars of the honors roll call. Joseph, show Joseph some love. Show some love to Greg. Greg, who's also in the All Stars of the honors roll call. Big salutes to these heroes. Let's move on to the rest of the All Stars. We have King Petras, as well as Save Western Civilization Now, and Maverant, as well as Southern Bloom, who is here today, as well as Mother Earth in and among the honors roll call. Swan Knight, that's a cool name, here in the honors roll call as well. Westman a Wanderer is there. Keep It White is there as well. Tiniest Squeesh is among the number. Wilhelm is on the honors roll call, and so is Mark, as well as Holdman on the honors roll call. And wrapping up the honors roll call is your LG. Big salutes to all of these champions. If there is anybody on Gum Road who is financially gifting to be on the honors roll call, please let me know somehow. Reach out to me. They are not showing anybody financially gifting there at the moment. Let's continue the celebration by thanking the great Biospirit of the West and the Franklinator for all they do in service to white well-being. Big salutes to these champions, gathering so many of the victories that we have here over each and every week. Not even the totality So we got to show them deep respect and love for the hard work that they do. God bless you both. Thank you so much. And for everything they do, not just collaborating and gathering all of our victories. And we want to thank those who showed up this past week to participate in the Donald Trump Jr. streams. We want to thank Biospirit of the West and the Franklinator. We're both there. So was Diplomat for Western Kind. And the Tree Godfather was there, as well as the Ivan was also there. And Western Kind 007. Big salutes to these heroes. That's how you see on the screen Donald Trump using anti-white. That's how we did it. Show these people some love. Big salutes for their efforts in service to white well-being. Let's give it up to the Tree Godfather and Anglo-Saxon NWG for producing clips this week. For all of those out there who have short attention spans, there are glorious and epic clips for them to imbibe. Let's make sure these two gentlemen know that we love and appreciate them for their work and service to white well-being. Let me swivel back around this direction, and let's get into some of these. Soul of Justice from the Wild. 2,372 empowered in the audience of Taya. We love these from the wild. I love it. Give it up for white well-being. Ladies and gentlemen, getting on the board this week under Hugh Anthony. Hugh Anthony himself using re-immigration reverses white erasure. Oh, we love that. Hugh Anthony here with almost 50,000 followers, getting almost 10,000 views with white erasure. Give it up for white well-being. And Ivan is there underneath as well. Give it up for these champions. Dandy Westman said he's on the board this week, not just with Joni, but here as well. There's nothing great about white erasure. Western Kind is irreplaceable. 2,400 empowered in the audience of Eva Valdingerbrook. Show the love. Shannon Oliver, ladies and gentlemen. Check out the epic meme. I think Shannon also made the meme. What do you think of this image? 33.4 thousand people saw this, ladies and gentlemen, and were empowered by Shannon Oliver this week in the audience of Whee! Shannon Oliver back again, rocking it out, empowering over 2,000 more people in the audience of Harmeet Dillon. Epic place to swash. Well done. Justin McDaniel, you knew Justin was going to be on the field. This guy can't stop running for touchdowns and hitting Grand Slam home runs. 79,000 people empowered by Justin McDaniel this week with the lexical and dialectical power of Go Free in the audience of Elon Musk. Epic. I love it. Anglo-Saxon NWG. 1,823 people gifted the white magic in the audience of Taya. Biospirit of the West. Again, empowering nearly 2,000 more here in the audience of Libs of TikTok. Show the man some love. Western Kind 007, ladies and gentlemen. Gloriously swashing. Empowering 12,200 and growing in the audience of Russian Garbage Human. Show Western Kind 007 some love. These are the swashbuckling generals and commanders and admirals of the House of Swash, and the very reason why you're seeing the language change about our victimization across Western civilization. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Colonial Dame Melissa getting on the board this week. Getting on the board, swashing 27.2 thousand human beings. Twice the number in eyeballs with her post, ladies and gentlemen. Show the love. Diplomat for Western Kind Look at this. Always a champion. Rocking it out. 2,500. Empowered with the white magic. In the audience of Bodade. Diplomat for Western Con back again. Empowering 2,300 and climbing. In the audience of Radio Genoa. We have the receipts, bitches. Anglo-Saxon NWG. Empowering 12,000 more people. In the audience of Queen Natalie. Well done, Anglo-Saxon NWG. Salty Heifer from the Wild. Antiwhites. Writes Antiwhites, shares one of our glorious memes. God, I love it. 142 and climbing in the audience of Ben Fordham Live. Give it up for Salty Heifer right from the Wild. TM racing onto the field. Banners snapping in the breeze of his coming. 2,100 human beings empowered in the audience of Zoomer. Ye Old European. Contributor in so many different ways. 1,000 brothers and sisters empowered in the audience of Have Snowball Choo Choo. Show the man some love. Show the swashbuckling commander some love. Diplomat for Western Con back again. Racing from one side of the end zone to the other. 7,600 empowered with the white magic in the audience of Garbage Human. Diplomat for Western Con back again. Doing circles in the end zone. 2,000 more human beings empowered in the audience of Basil the Great. We are everywhere. They used to joke in the anti-non-white circles about their little... They used to say, we're everywhere. They were nowhere. We are actually everywhere. Biospirit of the West, leader of the OT, and all-around general, commander, and captain. Empowering 26 more hundred in the audience of Eric Doherty. Maz here, ladies and gentlemen, from the wild, sharing one of the glorious memes of our meme mavens. 1,200 people empowered with the white magic in the audience of Concerned Citizen. Diplomat for Western Kind is having a hell of a week. Ladies and gentlemen, working on 3,000 more empowered with the lexicon dialectical power of Go Free in the audience of Steve Laws. And let me tell you, Steve needs the empowerment. As the audience takes a break, agreeing with me that Steve needs the empowerment. Biospirit of the West, ladies and gentlemen. He can't be stopped. Working on 2,000 more. He empowers. He waves the white wand of the West. And the white magic enters the lives of our brothers and sisters in the audience of I Am Yes. Unfathomably based from the wild. Look at Dan, one of our swashing champions down there getting involved. Unfathomably based, using our memes, ladies and gentlemen. Show the account from the wild the love. 3,262 people he empowered in the audience of the Associated Press. The Tree Godfather. 3,570. He is resurrected from the graveyard of anti-whiteism in the audience of Eva Valdingerbrook. Let's keep it going. Naomi Ziept. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to take a close look at Naomi Ziept as we celebrate her nearly 500,000 followers. This young lady, and we have some glorious men and women from the House of Swash swashing on her. Take a look. This is white erasure. This is white erasure. And she empowered 61.1 thousand brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen. Look at Ivan Zehagelbull is right under her, celebrating, swashing like the commando that he is, a commando of swashing excellence. Let's give it up for the both of them, ladies and gentlemen. Naomi Z, Anglo-Saxon NWG, storming into the courthouses with the empowerment of 3,067 more people, ladies and gentlemen, in the audience of I Am Yes. Anglo-Saxon NWG said it's not enough. I'm storming right back in with 2,101 more people empowered. This time also in the audience of I Am Yes. It's breathless. AAA is in the fight this week. How many people did he empower in the audience of Van Rattle Anglo Nationalists? Van Ratte Anglo Nationalists. How many people did he empower? 17,000. 17,000 he empowered with the white magic. Give it up for the swashing gloriousness of AAA. Julia is on the board this week. Said she's not going to leave Godfather alone, resurrecting people from the cemetery of anti-whiteism. Oh no, 1,344 she drew out of their graves in the audience of the Associated Press. Tree Godfather, continuing swashing glory. 4,736 people empowered in the audience of Eva Valdingo-Brook. Dallas Malloy is on the board this week, 4,670 with his totally epic and glorious meme she empowered in the audience of Buck Sexton. Anglo-Saxon NWG, hilarious meme empowering 1,300 more people here in the audience of American AF. Anglo-Saxon NWG with I love this meme. Your biggest problem, anti-white whites are. Yes, Yoda. I love the meme. 1,000 empowered with it and climbing in the audience of American AF. Il Duce Veritas from the wild, folks. Working on 3,000 people from the wild. He is empowering with our epic meme in the audience of Chad Crowley. Keep it going, ladies and gentlemen. Celebrating the blue of the bluest of flames from the House of Swash. Crown affixed to his head. 1,715 people he empowered this week in the audience of Eva Valdingo-Brook. The Blue Flame continuing his scoring of this week with 1,600 more empowered in the audience of Queen Natalie. The Blue Flame, back again, same meme, different post, empowering 1,500 more in the audience of David Santana Cola. Give it up for the Blue Flame from the House of Sawash, the Tree Godfather. 2,200 more people that the Tree Godfather has knighted for the fight for white well-being. He has knighted another 2,200, this time in the audience of Katie Miller. And finally here, ladies and gentlemen, Anglo-Saxon NWG. He keeps showing up all over the battlefield. 1,267 more he has knighted in the audience of I Am Yes, You Are No. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for King Dice.
Stephen Miller, who I'm sure we all respect, has done fantastic work, even starting a law firm to fight against anti-whiteism pro bono. Posted a would-be assassin tried to murder federal law enforcement, and the official Democrat account sides with the terrorists.
Yes, show the love. Big salutes. Everyone on your feet for the King Dice. We love him till the end of time, ladies and gentlemen, and we will be right back. Wow. Wow. What epic swashing this week, ladies and gentlemen. It's nothing but victories for the House of Swash. Let's keep the celebration going right now for the dude, the bro, the moment. He hasn't shown up yet, but he always materializes just when we need him. Financially gifting $50. He will, in the form of Yoda, $50. And writing for white well-being, he will write. God bless the dude, the bro, the moment. Show the love, ladies and gentlemen. Show the love as we pivot around here with so much going on and so many victories. We say God bless to every single one of these champions. Keep the celebration going, ladies and gentlemen, for Corey. Matching dude bro moment. $50. $50 from the great Corey. $50 more. And he writes, thanks again, 07. Big 07 to you too, champion. God bless you for that. Keep it going for First Last. $20 bill by the great First Last, ladies and gentlemen. And he writes with those $20 right on the $20 bill. He writes, Georgism. God bless First Last. Good to see you, brother. Let me make sure we didn't miss anything that we have to celebrate. All right, I don't see anything there. Let's head on over to the thaumatological mailbag, ladies and gentlemen. The mailbag is occupied by a single letter. It's from the one and only, ladies and gentlemen, Randy. Let's show Randy some love. Big love to Randy in the mailbag. So reliable Randy is. I love it. I'm now going to talk like Yoda from now on, I think. God bless you, brother. $30 financial gift. Show Randy some love. Let's get some salutes. 007s, crowns and gems for Randy. Showing up in the thaumatological mailbag. God bless you, sir. Good to see you. Let us keep going here. We'll get Yiz the Unifier coming in with a $5 financial gift today. She says with that $5 bill, weekly folk tithe for white well-being. I appreciate it, sister. And we have Weldon here. $5 bill from the great Weldon. He writes, Jesus Christ is Lord. God bless you, brother. Didn't miss any more over there. Let's keep it going for Gene Bond. Financially gifting $10. God bless you, brother. Really appreciate it. Over here on the Dude Bro Moment platform, aka Entropy, white people must unite to preserve white culture and the West. Beautifully and perfectly said, good sir. Let's get this man some 007s. Let's get him some crowns. God bless you, Gene Bond. See if we missed anybody over here. And then we will continue with the glory of our swashing today in service to white well-being. All right, don't see any more financial gifts at the moment. We have Grimbot is here. Good to see you, brother. He says, spell, you can spell for Naomi. Is it Zypt? Is that what you're telling me? Is the proper pronunciation? Grimbart, give me a thumbs up or something. Zypt? Bayonet. Is that what that says? Bayonet is here. Hello and welcome, Bayonet. That is on D Live. Over here on Premium Rumble. Good to see everybody. Who else do we have over here? Rachel. Is that Rachel? Hello and welcome, Rachel. Kitty is here. Welcome, Kitty. Good to have you here. Remember, folks, tagging me as @NoWhiteGuilt. And it will light up for me, making it easier for me to find you. Do not put a comma directly after it. It will make it invisible. Westercott 007 is over here. Ivan the Horrible is here as well. Good to see you. Is that Double G is here. I think I said hello to you earlier. Yes, I did. But hello to you again. Thank you all for celebrating over there as well. Double G says diversity is anti-white. It absolutely is. It means no white people. And every one of these cities are anti-white, 100%. Very well written. All right. Swiveling back around here. And let me take a look at the live chat. If you are interested in the clips that are made of these streams for yourself, for friends you want to share, Gab, Twitter, etc., then you can head on to the description on YouTube under these videos, and you'll find the links, the URLs for the clip makers. If you like the music, you will also find the URLs for the music makers as well. They are below in the description, almost all of them. Certainly the ones that are the most prolific. We have those in there as well. We have Telegram groups that you will find down there, and you have to follow me on Telegram. I've now had nearly a handful over the past couple of days of people who have written into the threads on YouTube under the videos that found the channel. I love it. And I followed you. You got my follow. And I've reached out to a couple of them in response when I've had time to say, you got to follow me elsewhere. You probably will end up like one of these people like we had in January, and we've had this happen other times, where they say, I followed you in January the previous year, never heard another thing until coming upon you again by accident the January of the subsequent year. So this is about shadow banning. And perhaps the best place where the least amount of shadow banning will I'm not saying that no shadow banning, that there's no way to shadow ban on Telegram, or I have no idea. But this is what's recommended by artificial intelligence to diminish the likelihood of shadow banning everywhere else. I am the most shadow banned man on planet Earth. So you've got to follow me there. If you don't have a Telegram account, you got to make one. Otherwise, you'll have to set alarms in your phone. 2 p.m. every single day on X for the Shade Tree. 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Wednesdays, for the roll-in of Go Free. And then after that, we have the Rebel Roundtable, which is a space on X. 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Sundays. Every Sunday, been doing this for years and years. You can set these as alarms in your phone. The platforms are going, especially if you're new, they know that that's the easiest time to make you forget about us and me and Go Free and what we do. So don't fall for it. NoWhiteGuilt.org is up and running again. And you can head on over if you want to participate in service to white well-being by way of the Foundation for whitewellbeingoutreachteam, which is a 501c3. It is the white man's ADL. You can head right on over to that website and become a participant. We'd love to see you there. First Last is with us. Cracking Up is here. Good to see you. Cracking Up. Looking for any tags? We have our lesson of the day. We do have an announcement as well. I would like to ask you all to pray and send positive energy to Grace. She is, some of you know from Wednesday, she's in the hospital again and needs the prayers and positive energy. We deeply appreciate that. Thank you all very much. Let's see, who else do we have here? Hyperborean Dream, and God bless all you heroes for celebrating. Man, this is happening nowhere else. Nowhere else. We are it. And we are rocking it. You know, make no mistake about that. We're it, and we're rocking it. And we had that glorious Grokipedia. Man, you got to love it. The Go Free method on the Grokipedia. We have our lesson of the day coming up as well. Having a look at the live chat on YouTube. Julian is here. Hello, hello, and welcome. Justin McDaniel is in a live chat. Good to see you, brother. A user, UE4, is here. Hello and welcome. Let's see. Who else? See if there are any tags for me. Wolfgang is sharing his wish list, which is to repeal Hart-Celler, reinstate the Naturalization Act, and deport everyone of two specific groups. Why doesn't it include Hispanics? That's the main population of illegals. Eric is in the house. Is this our Australian Eric? Oh boy. Well, even if it isn't, hello and welcome. Big salutes, though, if it is our very own champion warrior from down under. Sivan is here. Hello and welcome to you. Looking for Tez. Stumbling is here. Oh, Stumbling he says he's over on Entropy. I will go check it out. All right. Godzilla is with us. Welcome, Godzilla. Eric. I had some great victories with patriots, vagues, and a left-leaning person, all agreeing with our morality that anti-whiteism is immoral. At Australia Day March, Go Free works. Oh, my God. We've already witnessed. Remember, we showed you the video of the great Eric out there in the midst of these patriotic Australian people, and he's able to talk about Go Free and white well-being, and everybody says, yeah, that's right, yeah, and excited to hear the concepts. Abso-freaking-lutely. Let's celebrate Eric in another round of victories. Was the Thunder Down Under Lunder with you? Was your brother with you? Big salutes. Red Dog is in the house. So awesome. Epic swashing. Go Free works. What a testimonial. What a champ. I love it. Craig says, Prometheum hails. Prometheum hails, my brother. Anti-whites in government institutions use the fake term Hispanics to describe non-whites with some European, Spanish, or Spaniard heritage. Yes. Yes. Yeah, the terms for the non-white Central and South Americans can be complicated. There are a lot of different understandings, and some people get like really rigid about. So that's why we just make clear what we're talking about whenever the question comes up. Joey is here. Hello and welcome, Joey. Eric says, it sure is him, and he's got the beautiful flags of our once great country down under. I love it. Log in DOS. Hello, he says, cheers, Jason. A big cheers to you as well. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. So awesome. So there you have me. I'm at the restaurant with the old timer, the distinguished old timer from back in the day, white positivist now. And there I am talking about Go Free. I'm talking about anti-white using our concepts, and some stranger walks by and he's like, you're right. You're right. And he's going to be able to go and repeat that ever. Eric is out there on the other side of the world in the patriotic march, and he's sharing the terms from Go Free, and he's winning and succeeding. You know, the people there are saying, you're right. This is it. We are it. And Winged Productions is here. Good to see you, champ. Go for the Gold is in the house. Hello to you. Thank you for celebrating the great Eric and his victories. Joey says that he's first to kiss the wall, Israel and the defense of Israel. I don't slight you for that. I'm kissing the biospirit of the West to preserve and fight for and defend Western kind. Gene is in the live chat. Good to see you, brother. Our lesson of the day is building immunity to anti-whiteism. And we will be getting to that in just a moment. Let me make sure we... Yes, things were getting problematic with the different issues. And then the printer decided not to work. And I did all kinds. I took it up. I opened it up. I got inside. I broke out the canned air. I'm spraying around in there to see if that'll help. And nothing's helping. I take the whole thing. I take it outside in the frigid. It is, 20 degrees right now. But there's also wind. So 20 degrees Fahrenheit plus wind. It's probably low teens Fahrenheit with the wind chill. And it's been single digits for the temperature almost every night here. So the Arctic has moved down, and we have some lovely polar bears as neighbors. They moved in. So that makes me feel safe and wonderful. And I took it outside, and I broke out the leaf blower. And I fired that thing up. And I was blasting it with the leaf blower. Brought it back in. I unplugged it. I turned it off and on. I reset it. And the sucker will still not work. So I resorted to a tried and rarely true method from back in the 80s, the 1980s. It is the strike it. Nothing quite like hitting inanimate objects. Does everybody remember this? The TV's not working. Smack it on the side, smack it on the top, kick it. And then sometimes it fired up. Why did things work like that back then? You're like, this isn't working. The old video games from Nintendo wouldn't work, and you had to blow the inside of it out, and then all of a sudden it would work. You could slap it too, it would start working. So hitting it didn't work, believe it or not. So I also tried picking it up and dropping it. That too did not work. So go figure. We'll see. We might need a faulty wiring, says Hyperborean. Dream, yes, probably so. We'll see. When I'm finished here today, I will take it apart. But the first thing I will do is I will unplug it and I will let the capacitors eat up the electricity that they're storing so I don't get myself a fatal shock. I will take it apart and see if there is something I can figure out. And if not, then it might be, it's a very old printer, very, very old. And so it might be that it's reached the end of its time. Kind of like Alex Preddy and Renee Good. It might be that it has reached the end of its time and it's time for it to go get buried somewhere. Not here, and get a new one. I thought I saw a name Gargoyle. Gargoyle is here. A leaf blower is white man's. Yes, it is. Login DOS says, what's it doing? Well, now the new thing that it's doing to not print is to claim that there is a paper jam when there is no paper in it. And the sensors are clean. And so I just have to take it apart, I guess, and see if there's any sort of debris in there that isn't visible. Canned air wouldn't blow it out. Leaf blower wouldn't blow it out. Striking it didn't make it comply. It's so funny because that works with women. But it didn't work. It didn't work. It didn't work for the printer. It's like, print, damn it. Didn't work. Let's see. I don't see any tags from me. Okay. Over there. But we might have a stumbling. Let's see. We do. We do have and Dude Bro Moment did show up just as we said. Just as we knew he would. The champion is here, Dude Bro Moment. The great stumbling. Get out your raucous emojis. 007s, crowns and gems. We need to celebrate stumbling, financially gifting $20 bill to White Wellbeing. God bless you, brother. $20 bill. Thank you so very much. And he says, with those $20, the good stumbling sir says, hails, Jason. Loving these victories. Today, I saw a vehement anti-white on X admitting they were wrong to advocate for immigration. Well, that's something. He says there is always hope for people to be freed from the mental cocoon of anti-whiteism. Keep up the swashing, everyone. FWWB for White Wellbeing. Big salutes to stumbling. That's an epic find, man. And it does happen. It does. Plenty of white people. There are a lot of our brothers and sisters out there that endorse anti-whiteism, especially females, because that's the moral thing, as we know here. The social morality of the West is to be anti-white. And the more anti-white, the more moral. And then what do people do? They want a villainy signal, not virtue signal. They want a villainy signal, because we're in our story. So they villainy signal to the world how moral they are by the anti-white metric. They do it at work. They do it at home. They do it at parties. But then it happens. They get some of the lingo that we use. They're looking at events in the world and they say, I don't know. This isn't so good. Maybe some events directly affect their family. It's a great victory. And what do we have in this person that stumbling is pointing out? It's epic. What have we always talked about? If you can't bring them over to using like the 6 key concepts or some of the 6 key concepts, or bring them all the way to go free in the practice, the next best thing, and it's still in the category of victory, is to neutralize them, to make them doubt their position. If they doubt their position, they don't act. They're paralyzed with the doubt. They don't endorse. They don't cut checks of endorsement. they don't vote for, etc. So getting them to doubt their moral superiority is an enormous victory. So that's an enormous victory in this person, saying that maybe they shouldn't have voted and endorsed the immigration. I love it. Thank you so much. And great to see you over there, brother. All right. Didn't miss anybody over here. We will get into our Go Free lesson of the day. I will not try reading from our Norwegian version, which is our brand new translation. The words are very curious to my eyes. It makes me feel like I had a stroke. Instead, the tried and true English edition for me today, ladies and gentlemen, building immunity, building immunity. How do we build immunity to anti-whiteism? How do we inoculate ourselves? More importantly, how do we inoculate our children? And I've got to mention, because there are always all these white people out there who say, oh, I'm going to homeschool, or I've got them in a very sophisticated private school, and I don't have to worry about these things. I can go be lazy and fat and ugly. No, you can't. They're going to get anti-whiteism from the homeschooling material. They're going to get anti-whiteism, a lot of it, from private schools. The kind of material I've been sent from parents over the years, from private schools where they've paid massive, religious private schools, and massive, doesn't matter. Radical anti-whiteism. Absolutely radical. Not only that, everything they watch on TV is going to be anti-white. Every billboard they see is going to be anti-white. Every commercial they see or hear on the radio is going to be anti-white. You have to inoculate them against anti-whiteism. And this is more important than vaccines, in my opinion. Infinitely more. It's more important than eating right. Because what does it matter what you do for the body if the mind is poisoned? If the mind and soul articulate the body into anti-white conclusions and anti-white activities, then what good has it been to feed it proper meats and vegetables and etc.? No use, no good. You've just produced a healthy anti-white. We have to build immunity. Eric says, recently, I was on a date with a girl who turned out to be anti-white. Well, let's dig into this. Because Eric is not going to be digging into her. Got her to agree with our morality. Hey, my brother. Awesome job. So far as to say, quote, my friends and I almost make fun of white anti-whites. So wait, you said this, or she agreed with that? Or that she and her friends occasionally make fun of white anti-whites? SMG-Q asking, still blocked? No. Everybody should be on the live chat, by the way, on YouTube to prevent some of the censorship. Thank you all for celebrating. She said it. So you got her to say that she and her friends also occasionally make fun of white anti-whites. Is that what it was? Ay is in the house. So Eric had such epic success using the Go Free practice on a date with a girl who's anti-white, had such success that he got her to say that she and her friends also make fun of white anti-whites. That is awesome. That is so awesome. Thank you for sharing that epic testimonial, brother. Big salutes. you're not going to be using many other strategies that turn a female around, a decent one, turn her around and get her siding with you immediately. I love it. Julian says, the Go Free method is the way forward for Western kind. God bless you for that, Julian. That's an epic testimonial. It absolutely is. So thank you so much. Star Lion says, shocked about TRA. Well, I don't even know what TRA is. Oh, TRS. What about them? Did something else happen? I don't know if anything happened to them. Tag me as @, no white guilt, no spaces. Because I just by accident saw your comment to me when it clicked up for me. Sean is with us. Good to see you, brother. He said, sounds like that scene from the movie Office Space. I didn't see it. Damn. That is awesome, Rick. All right. Nameless One is with us. Good to see you. Building Immunity, page 160, edition 2, iteration 2. Once you have identified a new MP, this will be new for you, you immunize yourself against it. In the same way, you combat an MP you are infected with. You CCD as soon as you are exposed. Confront, challenge, dispel. This is critically important. You can't just consciously say, "Oh, I disagree." It's it. It's in your subconscious mind. You're beaten. For example, when first hearing the Mexican atrocities are caused by America's right to self-defense, MP, tell yourself that this message is an MP and therefore anti-white. Tell yourself that. So that's an enormous part of negating the influence it exerts inside of you. I identify this as just propaganda to victimize me. If you don't identify it as propaganda to victimize you, as one of the first steps, if you don't see it as such, then it's going to become part of your memory and the subconscious mind and will organize and operate your thinking, vectoring it to anti-white outcomes, impressions of yourself, impressions of others, etc. Tell yourself that Mexican criminals are to blame for their behavior. Most importantly, remind yourself that anti-whites want to white guilt you and turn you against white well-being. If white children could be taught, all young white children could be taught that anything that appears as any argument that appears to you to victimize our people as such on the basis of our birth comes from those who want to harm you, that would go an infinite distance in inoculating them against anti-whites and anti-whiteism. They would say, I understand. It's like the guy you tell the kids, if somebody shows up in a van and they're like, I got candy and puppies, right? There's no good there for you. You can teach children very easily to protect themselves against this victimization. Remind yourself in every case that the anti-white ideas, concepts, feelings, etc., that well up within you are the smoking gun evidence of the crimes anti-whites have committed against you, everyone you love, and our people. So a great example is, here we're talking about all of those emotions, all of these attendant ideas that are associated with any particular meme pathogen. If you experience those, if you know immediately, psychically, it would seem how a generalized room of people would respond to it, that's the evidence that you have been infected in the past. That's the evidence that it's governing your thinking and life. Critical to understanding and CCDing, building immunity. Use the righteous anger you generate from these moments to vigorously combat that part of yourself that remains infected. You're building the immunity up here. That continues to do the bidding of your victimizers long after they victimized you. When confronted with a new MP that is linked to one or more MPs that you are already infected with, you must CCD both the new and the old MPs, immunizing yourself against the new while treating yourself for the old. For example, substantial financial grants and tax assistance are offered by NGOs, largely funded with our tax dollars, and the federal and state governments to non-white immigrants to enable them to buy and or to start businesses in the U.S., such as the individual development grants. If this information became widely known, anti-whites would spread new MPs, such as immigrant restitution packages, create American jobs, close quote. The new MP would trigger old MPs, such as non-white immigration improves the American economy, and the white race has to make up, pay restitution for the harm that Western civilization has inflicted on the non-white world. All of these MPs must be CCD'd as the new one is encountered and the old ones are triggered. Critically important. You have to, when you CCD, you have to make countervailing statements. So a very simple example is if they say diversity is strength, you have to say diversity is death. Diversity is weakness, etc. You don't want to say diversity isn't strength. Diversity it's an enormous difference. By confronting, challenging, and dispelling with countervailing statements, you create what? You create counter triggers in the subconscious mind. You can't get rid of the old education. And it doesn't matter what you thought about the old education. You might say with baseless bravado, well, when I was taught that, I thought it was bullshit. You still were taught it. You lived it in countless iterations in entertainment media that your brain, the subconscious mind, believes were your lived experiences. So it doesn't matter what you claim you thought about it when you have to CCD. You have to confront it. You have to challenge it. You have to use countervailing statements in your thinking. Because by doing so, you're creating another memory that also is seeded, accessed by the subconscious mind. What ends up happening? This is how you actually go free of it. We can't erase it. You can't forget how to ride a bicycle. You can't get rid of all of this education. You can only create counter triggers so that the moment the meme pathogens are triggered in your thinking, the countervailing statements are triggered. The meme curatives are triggered. And instead of having these moments, we have all felt it, and we see it in the eyes of white people all around us all the time when confronted with anti-whiteism. And they have this big deer in the headlights look on their face. Their eyes get really big. Why do their eyes get big? Their eyes get big because they're searching their brain for a response that isn't there. They're confronted with this leering spectacle of all the emotions they're supposed to feel, of all of the outcomes for being in favor of anti-whiteism or being opposed, the positives for being in favor, the negatives for being opposed. That's why their eyes go big. That's why they're speechless, because the first person they have to combat is themselves. How are they going to have an argument and combat an anti-white in front of them when they're currently combating themselves? They can't. They don't. And that's why we are where we are today. By memorizing the meme curatives that I provide, you will develop a baseline of immunity that will serve you as a powerful foundation from which to combat MPs that are new to you. This process of memorizing MCs is especially powerful for our youngest children, as the deeper the foundations are laid for well-being, the harder it is for MP infections to take root in their subconscious minds. There is nothing more beautiful that you could do for a white child than to inoculate them against anti-whiteism. Now, you can, on top of that, also teach them about the maypole. You can, on top of that, also teach them about the triumphs in Greece and Alexander the Great. You can also teach them about George Patton. But if you teach them all of that without inoculating them, you'll get the same result that the white race has demonstrated for generations, and that is nothing but failure after failure after failure. You can refer and memorize the MCs, refer to and memorize the MCs in Appendix A and B. Doing so is far, far more important to your health than good hygiene, healthy diet, exercise, vitamin C, legitimate vaccines, refraining from illicit drug abuse, etc. Revolutionary. Even Grok thinks so.
In the quiet of dawn, I find my place in a world of honor and gentle grace. My heart whispers thanks for the days to come, where white well-being song is softly sung. I see a future bright and clear, where love and hope draw ever near. In white well-being's tender embrace, I find my strength, I find my grace. The flowers bloom where once was strife, in gardens tended by hands of life. With every step I feel the ground, a western kind so safe, so sound. I see a future bright and clear, where love and hope draw ever near. In white well-being's tender embrace, I find my strength, I find my grace. My grace. Gratitude fills my soul each day for the light that guides my way. In this sacred space I stand so free, with a heart that sings in harmony. I see a future bright and clear, where love and hope draw ever near. In white well-being's tender embrace, I find my strength, I find my grace. I find my grace. So I lift my voice in a hymn of peace, for With joy and love, my soul does swell in a world where white well-being dwells.
Give it up for the great Sloths, the maker of that tune. Beautiful song. Wasn't that a beautiful song, ladies and gentlemen? So excited about Grokipedia. Core principles. Yeah, I think we'll have to read this on, or at least some of it on Wednesday. Eric says, I would say a sign that you are getting healthy from the anti-whiteism you have been infected with is you using Go Free Lexicon and dialectics in your dreams. Yes, 100%. Yeah, that's a glorious sign. When you start using the lexicon in your dreams, you have covered a lot of territory. Novi Hora is here. He says his countervailing statement would be diversity is division. Yes, it's the ultimate divide and conquer. I gave a speech on that actually many, many years ago. I think Dennis said that I always look sharp. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, brother. The Ivan tried to write over here on YouTube, and YouTube would not allow him to do so. He said, turn that anti-white female into a white positive woman of the West. Then pet her ferrety noggin. I concur, my brother. For some reason, YouTube would not allow him to write that. That's the benefit of being able to pop onto one of the other platforms that we're live to. And so it does look, Grimbard is saying it is Zyped. All right, I'll try to remember that. And we have Winged Productions over here on Odyssey. Big salute 07 to you, brother. We are everywhere. Everywhere. And it looks like we are streaming fine over there on X the whole time. Very good. I didn't have a lot of time to check while we were putting things together. Thankfully, something worked. Cool. Papa J Magic says, he says, my daughter is armed with Go Free. Now we know Cool Papa has empowered his daughter. He has shared some stories. And big salutes to everybody who has empowered their children with the Go Free lexicon. Children pick this up like you wouldn't believe because it's natural. Children want to do, white children, they naturally want to do the moral thing, the right thing, the good thing. They naturally want to be able to be proud of who and what they are. And so given these tools, they gobble them right up. If children are very young, you can play this at any age. Next family vacation, if you get to have one, you could play on the drive down or whatever. Is it anti-white or is it all right? That's a great game people play with their kids. See the billboard. Is it anti-white or is it all right? So he says, every time she watches a movie without me, she comes back telling me all about the anti-whiteism and how I have been right. Thank you. That's awesome, man. Thank you for sharing that testimonial. That is completely, I love that. I love that little girl that's able to identify the anti, and it goes back to that. And what did I tell you all about if you liberate your children by inoculating them against anti-whiteism. What happens when they go to school and they see and hear anti-whiteism? This is the deep argument, one of the deep arguments that I've had with Jared Taylor and many others about what do you tell your kids? You teach them about anti-whiteism. You tell them that there are great people all over the world, and more of our people are coming to see this anti-whiteism, and they're coming together. That's what you tell them. All of these others that I argued against were saying, oh, no, you don't want to do that because that stifles them. They'll learn to hate you. No, I say the opposite is true, and the opposite has been shown again and again. When they go out in the world, they've been trained to see anti-whiteism, and they see it. They think mom and dad are geniuses. That is what's going on. Mom and dad love me. That is what's happening in the world. I just saw it with my own two eyes. But if you say nothing and allow them to make up their own mind, they won't be making up their own mind. Anti-whites will be telling them what to think. And what will the anti-whites tell them? Your parents are evil. They're from the older generations that were racist and bigoted, and you need to hate them, and everything they produced was racist and bigoted. You need to be at war with that. Then they come back and they hate the parents. We've mentioned this before, and it's pertinent, wildly so, that there is no natural inclination of youth to rebel and destroy what was before them. If that were natural, then no Western civilization would have ever been built, because as soon as adults built anything, the next generation would tear it all down. It would make it impossible to make improvements. What's natural is the energy of youth to want to do one better, to want to emulate what has been done before. I can build beyond. I can stand on these shoulders. That's what's natural. So yeah, perfect point right here. Case in point, Cool Papa's daughter comes back and says, you were right. I love it. Novi Horace says, I got here late. I was chopping ice away from my home. Safer walking. Brother, don't apologize. Every single day since it snowed here, I have dedicated time. First couple of days, a lot of time, and then every day after, some time to get out there and chip. I was out there, it was funny, with a sledgehammer, and a black guy drove by in a delivery truck, and he looked at me like, oh, shit. What's that white guy going to do with the sledgehammer? I'm standing out there. Do you feel guilty for some reason? Good to see you. Ay, ay, ay. Zombie says, Jason, glad I found you all. People that I totally agree with. God bless you. Thank you for being here. Become the hero in our story. That's what I'm looking to see. Let's have another look at what it says here on Grokipedia before we wrap up this glorious Church of the West. Church of the West. Mikey asking, why is the stream ending soon? We've been ending at 9. It's been more than a month now. Let's see here. Core principles. The rejection of anti-white narratives. The Go Free method posits that individuals of European descent are subjected to pervasive anti-white narratives propagated through media, education, and social discourse, which frame whites as inherently oppressive or privileged at the expense of others. These narratives are identified as including terms like white privilege, systemic racism, and imperatives to check one's privilege, which the method dismisses as prejudicial constructs designed to induce shame and compliance rather than foster truth or equality. Proponents argue that accepting such terms uncritically perpetuates a form of psychological manipulation akin to propaganda, urging adherents to reject them outright to reclaim national self-assessment, rational self-assessment. We were just talking about that psychological element. We were just talking about it relative to Cool Papa's daughter. It's exactly right. Think about how Claudine Gay and lame all of these other strategies are compared to this. There's nothing like this. You could take all of the other strategies, each could have a single paragraph. Complain about Jews, complain about blacks, craven off and move to the wilderness, complain about abstractions, as though any of that was ever going to work, right? Sean says the music was beautiful. It really was. That was another great piece by Slots. Go for the Gold says, posted his comments on X Live. I'll take a look to see what you wrote there. Central to this rejection is portraying white guilt as an engineered emotional response, not a legitimate moral burden, targeting it for excision through conscious dismissal and reframing. We were literally just doing that. The approach emphasizes vigilance against the spread of white guilt-inducing ideas, encouraging individuals to eradicate them from personal thought patterns to prevent cognitive and emotional compromise. Oh my God. That is so epic. That's exactly what we do. Got to give it up to Janitor, I guess, found this. Does anybody know any more about that? Janitor found this? Big salutes to Janitor. We got a repost from George Washington. I appreciate it. Thank you, brother. And we have Andrew writes here, fire all public school teachers that have blue and pink hair. Start over and have major background checks. I think that's a good place to start. It's kind of indicative of the anti-whiteism. They're trying to white erase out of our norm, our normal hair colors, our norms, what we would consider as appropriate dress and demeanor and etc. Was that you? Tokolo, she is here. Or is it someplace else? Fire them all. Janitor is here. Okay, so wait a second now. Janitor says he suggested it in Grokipedia by drafting it on Grok. What does that mean? I don't understand. So you made a suggestion to Grok that this be a page on Grokipedia? Is that what you're saying? JK160 said his daughter just asked if Jason could make kid videos. That would be fun. That would be fun. I could make videos specifically for children. Is it anti-white or is it all right? We'll start with that lesson. And we do have over there on Dean Danger's Church of the West, lots of great material for children. Don't forget that. Or School of the West, World, the great Dean Dangers. Check it out. There's a lot of great material there for kids. Booklets for kids, coloring books, all kinds, just great material. We have to have the great Dean Danger back on for a swash through really soon. Looking for your comments. We got some anti-white, non-white in the live chat being slain by the troll slayers. He wants us to fail at preserving Western kind. Thank you for outing yourself. Anti-white garbage. Let's see. Janitor, did you get back to me? I don't see any tags. Novi Horror says, about 4 days ago, I was walking the 3/4 of a mile to the county road to get my mail. Whoa, that's your driveway? My feet slipped on ice, and I came down hard on my kidney hip bone. Oh, man. I hope you feel better. You got 3/4 of a mile of ice, brother. You got your work set up for you. You know what you need to get those yak tracks. If you don't have those, get a specific pair of boots that you put the yak tracks on. You only wear those boots when you're going to walk on ice or sleet or snow. That way you won't wear them out. And I've never slipped with yak tracks or the equivalent. You'll look them up. Janitor says, I asked Grok on X to draft the article, citing the foundation. Well, let's give it up for big salutes. I was just about to say, whether he found it or he initiated it, we're going to celebrate. Janitor actually asked Grok to create a page on Grokipedia about Go Free, the practice and the foundation for white well-being. What a Herculean champion. Let's quadruple 07s, Promethean hails for the great janitor of white noir. Love it, man. That is awesome. Well done. Well freaking done. Well done. Gosh. Well, that's an awesome way to wrap up. To wrap up this glorious Go Free gathering on this Sunday. We got anti-whites in the live chat getting slain by the troll slayers saying, well, I hope you all fail and die out. Loser. And on one side, and then on the other side, you got janitor of white noir getting the AI to create a page about what we do, how it works, and how it is so very different. Hey, could you imagine an anti-white showing up? This is on Grokipedia, and they're like, this doesn't work. Never seen anything like that. No shit you haven't, dipshit. Let's see. I saw something from I. Wouldn't you love recommended the white well-being for kids to anti-whites? I would get a laugh out of that. Oh, yeah, that would be funny. They would lose their minds. Max is here. Good to see you. Yeah, man, yak tracks or the equivalent. You won't slip. I've been on significant grades. I mean, I'm not talking about like mountain climbing, but steep grades like that and not slip. Small steps on that kind of a grade, but still the yak tracks, they grab. Breaking free from self-destructive behaviors tied to these narratives involves discontinuing actions like excessive atonement, self-censorship, or advocacy that prioritizes non-white interests over one's own. Exactly. The method highlights how adherence to guilt-inducing stories can manifest in habits such as avoiding defense of white achievements or internalizing collective blame for historical events, which erode personal vitality and group cohesion. Oh my God, yes! The liberation is presented as the essential groundwork for subsequent positive self-regard, aligning with the method's broader aim of well-being. Stumbling says, is the third edition? It's in the works. Yes, sir. I says, you won't have to say kill your speed and can instead say, this is more your speed, buddy. Yeah, that clown. Can you imagine? We have something. We have literal white magic here. And that clown said, oh, all you got to do is listen to some guitarist. We have the answers. Don't listen to any more of these troll tier, dim-witted Muppets. Don't ever listen to them. Don't ever heed. Just disregard and move on. They're literally too stupid. It is a perfect example of the Dunning-Kruger effect. Dumb people are not able to hold many ideas in their head, both for long-term memory and more importantly, short-term memory. They can't hold them in their head. And so they have this supreme confidence because they lack all of the information. It's like you can't call someone brave if they didn't know there was something to be afraid of. You can't call someone a leader or take advice from them when they can't compute in their chickpea brain the complexities of social dynamism and the manifold, multifarious, and ubiquitous element and effects that is anti-whiteism and what it engenders in that dynamic population. They simply can't do it. So they show up and say, this is stupid. Just listen to this guitarist. Find a roof, buddy. For the rest of us, big salutes. Let's have another epic week of victories to make these losers jealous. I love you all. Let's go free.